All indications are green. That looks good. The meeting is yours, Mr. Conflitti. Let me know if you need anything.
All right, thanks, Ken. Welcome to the Lyon Township Planning Commission meeting for Monday, July 12th, 2021. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
States of America
and to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, very good. Carol, if you take a roll call, please.
Sure. Carconi,
Present in Lyon Township, Michigan.
Chuck, he's absent tonight. Conflitti,
Present, Lyon Township, Michigan.
Mitkovsky,
Present, Lyon Township, Michigan.
Pennington,
Present, Lyon Township, Michigan.
Radke,
Present, Lyon Township, Michigan.
and myself, Town, present in Lyon Township, Michigan.
All right, very good. If we could have a motion to excuse Jim Chuck.
So moved.
Support.
We have a motion and we have support by, who's that, Mr. Radke?
Yes, sir.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Okay, very good. Approval of tonight's agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as written. That's
Support.
submitted.
We have a motion by Mr. Towns, support by who? I missed that.
Radke.
Mr. Radke. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Approval of consent agenda, June 28th, 2021 minutes.
If there's no changes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the draft minutes from June 28th.
Support.
Okay, a motion, Mr. Towns, support by Mr. Radke. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Okay, very good. Next, comments from the public. Anything that's not on the agenda tonight. If you have comments, if you're here for one of the public hearings, you'll get your chance to speak. But this is a time when items that are not on the agenda. Ken, do we have anybody?
Yes, as Mr. Conflitti stated, if you would like to speak on non-agenda items, we'll ask that you raise your hand. In order to raise your hand, you'll need to press *9 on your keypad. If you've not been to a meeting like this before, we're only looking at non-agenda items at this point. And the way you would do that, if you want to speak on those, or if you want to speak on something that is non-agenda related, please press *9 on your keypad. Just a reminder also to anybody that is on the telephone and also watching the YouTube live stream, there is about a 20 to 30 second delay. So when we get close to open call to the public for other matters, you may want to pay closer attention to your telephone. I am not seeing any hands raised at this time for non-agenda items, Mr. Conflitti.
Okay, all right, very good. Brian, if you'd start us off, AP 2128.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Up for discussion this evening is a special land use consideration for the spec building that is currently being constructed on the southwest corner of South Hill Road and Grand River Avenue. This is a 280,000 square foot speculative building that was approved in 2020 for site plan and special land use. And so one of the things that was considered at that time or requested at that time was when a tenant was chosen, that they come back through the special land use approval process so that we can analyze specific industrial questions for the user in terms of materials that are being used inside the site, number of employees, traffic impacts, all of those sorts of things that we regularly look at for special land uses. This particular user is Wabasto, and the tenant will be taking over eventually the full 280,000 square feet of the facility, although the start of production will not utilize that entire space. This is a company who fabricates roofing systems for automobiles. And in the application, it says the initial production run will be for the Ford Bronco hard top and soft top. So as our letter dated July 9th notes, the processes that will be taking place inside this facility are sandwiching fiberglass and cardboard, thermoforming acrylic. There will be some molding, some milling, and some assembly of these roofing systems. Now, it's important to note that within the I-2 district, with where this building lies, these uses would be permitted by right in traditional zoning. However, there is an overlay district for protection of our wellhead. So all of our considerations this evening will be about protecting the aquifer when this user goes into full capacity. So that's really what we're looking at, protection of water quality in the wellhead. Similar to our normal considerations, special land use, we have 9 standard criteria for granting a special land use. And I do want to note at this point, there are no changes requested for the site plan that was approved last year. And so the considerations are just the special land use. We're not going through and re-reviewing that site. In terms of compatibility with adjacent uses, we don't see any issues. As I mentioned, these are permitted by right in this district. Our compatibility with the master plan and zoning ordinance. Of course, the zoning ordinance here is intending to provide the township's population with clean and high quality water supplies. And upon review, we note that no processes or materials that would be hazardous when properly contained will be part of this operation. There are public services that will be provided in terms of water and wastewater here. The applicant's industrial activity statement notes that there's no washing or rinsing that is proposed, and so wastewater would be anticipated to be typical of other industrial users. We note that the impact in traffic is likely going to be similar to what was presented at the 2020 review of the site plan and special land use. I did note in our review that we wanted some clarification. This is a 24-hour operation, so I think it's wise to talk with the applicant about truck traffic and deliveries overnight. If those are anticipated, we'd prefer that they not be part of that operation, although we can learn some more from the applicants who are on the call tonight. In terms of detrimental effects, the material safety data sheets have been provided for 2 regulated substances. Both of those call for absorption of cleanup, absorption materials for cleanup in case there is a spill. There's no notations for decontamination of the soil if it's spilled. So all we're requesting on this item is an emergency response plan to be submitted to the building and fire departments prior to occupancy of the structure. There is no isolation of existing residential uses, so this standard has been met. Based on need, we understand that this is a facility that will add additional manufacturing capacity for the roof systems. We noted in our review that it may be wise of us to have a discussion about when this production runs its course for this model, how the facility will be shifted, and if additional materials or things like that will need to be reviewed once a new vehicle or new components will be manufactured. And then again, in terms of the natural environment, we don't anticipate that there are going to be any changes to the site plan that would indicate a concern for the natural environment, other than making sure that all of the containment and secondary containment measures are in place to the satisfaction of the building department and the fire department, both of which will review these the containment measures for compliance with state and federal regulations regarding these substances. In addition to those 9 standard review standards for special land uses, we do have the wellhead protection overlay standards. You can see in our review, we have no major concerns with any of the requirements there. All of the information has been supplied. We find that all of the conditions that are in place are currently or will be met once the interior build out of the structure occurs. And so we have really no issues in terms of zoning compliance, other than the couple items that we have or that we're requesting clarification on. I can take any other questions you might have, but in general, we would recommend this as a special land use for the site. Again, or as always, we recommend you hold the public hearing prior to making a decision in case new information comes to light. But it would be appropriate, pending anything unforeseen, to recommend this to the township board.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Any questions for Brian? Okay, the only, not a question, maybe a comment. Number 2, process and materials do not appear hazardous when properly contained. That's just not a real reassuring comment. Do not appear hazardous. Okay, no other comments or questions, Leslie?
Okay, thank you. I'd like to refer to our July 9th review letter, which is in your packet. There might be some overlap between our review and McKenna's review, so I'll try to be brief in our comments, but we wanted to offer the following for your consideration. A dry sump containment pit is proposed within the chemical storage room. A protective liner may be required, and details for the sump pit will be required as part of the building permit. EPA, groundwater and drinking water, and national primary drinking water regulations will need to be followed. If additional chemical rooms and/or sumps or changes to the processes are proposed in the future, an administrative review would be required. Details of shipping and receiving procedures, as well as inventory maintenance, are necessary. Outdoor storage of salt, de-icing materials, pesticides, or herbicides is prohibited within the wellhead protection area. In order to reduce, eliminate, or limit pollution from entering stormwater, soil, or groundwater, the following documents shall be required by the applicant at time of building permit application. It includes establishing a preventative maintenance program to verify that equipment, machinery, and infrastructure operate at optimum performance levels. Institute a spill prevention and response measure plan, including emergency spill procedures, including in the parking lot during chemical delivery. Provide spill prevention and response measure kits that should be maintained at the facility to mitigate water quality impacts in the event of a spill or leak. Provide employee education and awareness training of the wellhead. Post applicable safety data sheets where chemicals are present, and provide adequate ventilation and personal protective equipment. So just to give a summary of this, the chemical room that is proposed is not connected to any plumbing. So if there is a spill, it would go into a dry sump area. And that's the sump pit that we're recommending that a liner be installed and would be part of any building permit application. This would stop any chemicals from leaving the site once they're in that room. If they did spill within the room, they would be contained in that sump pit, which then could be pumped out and cleaned appropriately without impacting the site. We do want to see a spill prevention plan for the parking lot during chemical deliveries in case of an incident, that the tenant, Webasto, has a plan in place that they can react quickly to prevent any chemicals from entering the stormwater system and then potentially in the aquifer. Based on these comments, though, we have no objection to the Planning Commission taking action with conditions in our letter, and that of any concerns of the township planner and attorney. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you, Leslie. Any questions for Leslie? Leslie,
Not
what
this
about?
time.
Oh, go ahead, Carl.
I said not at this time.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
What about?
I just want to commend Leslie on the review on that too. It was a great review. It answered all my questions. The only thing that I was concerned a little bit about was the fire department response. But I think that you nailed it. So you kind of picked up their slack. They were kind of vague on the response on some of the most important chemical, and that was the Vapreg F component, and what kind of use they're going to have for protective equipment when they respond, and if they respond to a fire there. So, thank you.
All right, thanks, Carl. Leslie, what about odors or smells from the building?
I would not anticipate any odors or smells. But the applicant is here and they could probably address those questions.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Carol, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Okay, applicant.
Evening.
You're up. Name and address, please.
My name is Ed Hennessy. My address is 1641 Chase Drive, Rochester, Michigan, 48307. I'm the Director of Special Projects, leading this activity for Webasto Roof Systems Incorporated. So a couple of points that were touched on. The odors, that was the most recent one. There's really no significant odor other, just normal, nothing. There's the materials when they mix don't have any real smell. We are making something called polyurethane, which is normal. So materials can make seat cushions or even bowling balls, depending upon the hardness. A couple of points that were in the letter from June 9th. So the question was traffic patterns, specifically on third shift. We are a 3-shift operation. We supply Ford Motor Company. The third shift would start at roughly 10 o'clock and go to 6 in the morning. It is not going to be a significant delivery truck window for us at all. So personnel arrival at 9:45 and then departing around 6:15 in the morning. So that would be the typical. There would be occasional deliveries for emergencies or parts, but nothing heavy. There was another question about our production evolution as time goes on. This is not a sequencing center that's a 5-year plan and then pop and then disappear. Webasto is making significant capital investments for equipment, tooling, and the building, even the infrastructure. So it will be a long-term plan, a long-term building in our portfolio. In fact, I'm being asked to accommodate a technical training program site within this for colleagues for the region, so they can learn Siemens logic for PLCs and robots, ABB robots right now for maintenance. So we'll bring other people from our other regions. The emergency plans that you referred to, no issue. This site coming online is in essence a duplicate of the one we just started in Plymouth on Haggerty Road at Schoolcraft. And the intention will be that lessons learned here and bringing it online, significantly shorter time frame. We've worked with the Plymouth Fire Department. They've been through our building on multiple tours, so we would welcome Lyon Township even before we could become operational. Your fire department and I will get to know each other. We'll show them through the building. We'll make sure they're very comfortable in the building, and if there's any questions, we'll get them answered as we go through the process. Webasto as a company, we're 120 years old, German-based. We make convertibles, sunroofs, heaters for semi-trucks, batteries for cars, and charging systems. So long-term production evolution, any of the products that we've said might fit in there later also. But one of the things that we're very focused on is our environmental aspects. And this is not something that it will be a short term, burn it up and push through. And no, this is, we're a ISO 14001 environmental based company with long-term direction. I've been with the company 32 years. I've been involved with several of the site startups. So this is not one that's just, the intention is to get us a short-term strategy to get in. So I think that were the main items that were talked about.
Thank you, Ed. Any questions for Ed?
No questions, just a comment. I had the ability to see and meet Ed and with a couple other people, Dave, our building official, and I got to learn a lot about the company, and mostly we talked a lot about the chemicals. And I think what he produced to us made us have no fears at all. And this is a top-notch company, and I'm very excited that they chose to come here to Lyon. And I'm looking forward to it. Plus, they're needed, especially if you want a Bronco. But Ed did a great job. Thank you, Ed, for taking the time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Any other comments before we open up public hearing? What about storage outside crates, containers? If we were to go past the Plymouth location, would we see that?
There's no container stored outside right now, garbage, and we're managing our large garbage issue in Plymouth right now by the expansion to relieve the pressure. But on the site, we're working with Walbridge to develop a shredder system where it's actually shredded up, and then the 4 trailers, it'll be compartmentalized. You won't see it. So the lessons, that was really a big lessons learned, the amount of offal that was produced. So we're fixing that, I'll call it shortcoming on this new construction, and we're in the process of fixing it now in Plymouth.
Okay, all right. Any other comments, Ed, before we open up public hearing? No, okay. All right. Ken, we're going to open up the public hearing for AP 2021-28.
Thank you, Mr. Conflitti. I just observed, I'm not sure what's happening here, but it looks like the meeting room is limited to 100 participants. We did request the larger 1,000 participant level, but I did notice that it hit 100 participants and seems to have stopped there. I suppose that we can still take comments at this point. There are 173 viewers on YouTube.
Well, hold on, Ken. So, Carol, is that going to be an issue, a problem when we get further down the road here?
Well, it depends. We'll deal with it when we come to it. I mean, this has been noticed up, and people that can participate in the public hearing can do so tonight. If it turns out that people are not able to get in, we'll just probably have to continue the public hearing to another day. But
one thing that we could ask the public to do at this point is, after they make their comment, if they could log off, that will obviously free up space for someone else to call in.
Okay. All right. What about this public hearing, Ken? Do we have any hands up?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and take them now. We'll start out, we'll call the last 4 digits of the phone caller's phone number, and then we'll ask you to unmute by pressing *6.
And,
so we
state name and address, please.
And yes, as was mentioned, please state your name and address. So the first caller, again, we want you to listen to the last 4 digits of your phone number. So our first caller tonight with their hand raised is 2282. Go ahead, caller.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Great. So my name is Sarah Abelson. I am a Lyon Township resident. My address is 51610 Cove Drive. I'm in Rathmore Park.
Okay.
And so, as you know, this is a new construction build here in Rathmore, and my husband and I have kind of eyed Lyon Township for several years, and we decided to move because we were moving away from the Detroit Zoo, being traffic as our main concern. That 696 interchange would get backed up on the weekends when the zoo was overpopulated, and it would back up in front of our subdivision. And so here we are in our brand new house and facing the same issue. We're only 1.5 miles down the road, and my big concern is going to be a building, which is beautiful, but has a limited number of parking spots for their attendants, as well as their annual event that they're going to have to bus individuals in. Yes.
Ma'am, you've raised your hand during the wrong public hearing. Just so the audience understands.
Oh, I apologize.
This is the public hearing for item number 1, which is Walbridge LDC 1, special land use. So this is only the public hearing for that item at this time. You'll be able to come back in the next public hearing and say what you want to say, okay?
Ken, can you keep
got
her?
it. No problem.
Can you keep her at the front of the list?
No, the computer shifts it around.
But anyone else that has their hands raised, again, this is only for item number 1. This is not the public hearing for item number 3.
Okay, so we will continue on with the next caller here. And just a reminder to the other callers, we ask that you do not unmute your line until you're called upon. Please listen for the last 4 digits of your phone number. Okay, next caller with their hand raised, 3963. 3963. Please press *6, 3963, and proceed with your name and address.
Name is Tim Birkmeyer with a T. Last name is Birkmeyer. It's spelled Birkmeier. And I'm located at 23697 Napier Road.
Go ahead and proceed.
Now, I didn't catch what you said there at the tail end, but I'm calling in regard to the temple.
Okay.
You're in the wrong public hearing.
Tim, that one is coming up. We are on another public hearing right now for a project at
What is
Grand
the
River.
public hearing that I'm referring to? When is that public hearing?
This is for
When it
Wall
comes up
Bridge.
on the agenda. We're only on agenda
When is
item
that?
number 1, which is the public hearing on Wall Bridge,
Yeah, we have
special
three.
land use.
We have actually 3 public hearings tonight, and the third one will be the temple at Napier. So if
So that's
you wanna-
tonight. Okay.
that is tonight. but
What
if you
time
wanna-
is that scheduled to be discussed?
It's hard to say.
What
how
time is
long
that?
These go. If you could hold on for
Okay.
a little bit, I don't see more than half an hour away.
Okay. Well, I did want to add, since I've got you just here for a second, I had heard that we were limited to just 100 people to be listening to the call. I'm assuming that's not the case for that portion of the public hearing.
Again,
that that's the one that
sir,
we would have
again,
room
sir,
for
this
over
is,
1,000 people to listen
again,
in. Is
sir,
that correct?
Right.
this is the public hearing on another matter. We will deal with that issue when we come to that public hearing. So in the audience,
Right,
anyone
but
else
as a
that has
citizen,
their
I have a right
hands.
to bring that up.
Sure. But okay,
This
thanks,
is,
Tim.
this
Yeah,
is a
we'll work it
public
out.
hearing on agenda item number 1. Okay, you
But,
can
yeah,
bring it up during agenda
I get
item
it,
number
but
3.
you understand that what people are waiting for is to talk about public hearing
Right.
item number 3. So I'll
Yes,
stick
and
to
that
stay,
will be
but I
in
do think it's
agenda item
necessary
number
that
3,
1,000
sir.
people. But
Sir,
you should have a
that will be in agenda item number 3. We will discuss it then. We need to complete this agenda item for the applicant. So people in the audience, if your hand is raised and it's not raised for Wallbridge LDC special land use, please put your hand down at this time so we can complete this public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Ken?
Okay, continuing on here. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1698. 1698. Please press *6 to unmute. Go ahead,
Hi,
caller.
can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
please state your name
Hi,
and
can you
address
hear
for the
me?
record.
Yes. Name and address, please.
Hi, it's Sin Dutcher, 22584 Poppleton Drive, Northville, Michigan, but I pay taxes to Lyon Township. And I just wanted to mention I'm calling regarding the same issue as the previous caller. However,
What-
it took me probably 15 minutes just to sign on this time. And I had to do all these different things and put in like commas and code to get my phone
Right.
to dial the number. And that's unacceptable for the
We're
amount
gonna
of
try to
people that
We're gonna try to
are on
get
this. We need
everyone
another
who wants to
dial-in number,
speak.
please. If someone could send an email with a different dial-in number, it's not fair for people not to be able to speak up. So if
Okay.
you could please address that prior to agenda number 3 in an email to the community, we would greatly appreciate that.
Okay, thank you for the comment. Ken, any more? We can try.
Okay, again, if anyone would like to speak on this topic, this is the first hearing. Please press *9 to raise your hand. Again, this is the first on the agenda. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, Mr. Confetti.
Okay, all right. We're gonna close this public hearing and bring it back to the Planning Commission. Carl, would you like to start here? Do you have any comments on this?
Sure. I'm always a little leery of the wellhead protection area. And we talked about this at length when the site plan review came up with a building that had no tenant. So when this tenant came available, I found it my duty to make sure that I went over the company, and just like Patty had said, that she's really happy with the company. It's a great company. So I did my due diligence, and I didn't have the MSDS sheets for the chemicals that were controlled, and I did get those added to the package. I've read them extensively. Our consultants have done a great job covering that. Like I said earlier, so they made me a lot more confident in this company going into that large building, and with only 2 unrestricted chemicals, I feel pretty good about it. One thing that I'd mention is that the first chemical, Bapreg F component, is you have to you can't put water on it. So everybody's aware of that, and the fire department will be made aware of it. I like the applicant when he said that he would walk the fire department through that. So that's a different issue there. But I just wanted to mention that and try to put the other commissioners at ease that hopefully they read over the MSDS sheets. And again, I think our consultants did a great job on this project, and I'm willing to push it forward to the board with approval. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, great. Thank you, Carl. Any other comments?
Thank you, Carl, though. That was great.
Yeah, I'm good.
Good.
Nothing different than Carl.
Okay.
A good presentation.
Okay, Ron or Bronco, anything?
I agree with Carl.
Yeah, I do too. I just want to make sure that I like Leslie's idea of putting some kind of liner in that containment trench to just protect any seepage that could get through.
Okay. All right, very good. Very good. Okay. Someone would like to make a motion on this recommendation?
I'll make a motion to approve AP-21-28 Wallbridge LDC-1 special land use. Based on the comments of the McKenna letter dated July 9th, the CES letter dated July 9th, and our attorney not having any concerns.
Okay, all right, very good. Do you have support?
I'll support.
Support by Ron. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? All right, very good. Congratulations.
Okay, so that's unanimous, Mike.
Okay, very good.
That's on the scorekeeper tonight.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Brian, AP 2125.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a little bit of an administrative cleanup item here in terms of our performance standards enforcement section in 20.03 of the zoning ordinance. We, upon review, found that it's really not reasonably enforceable or practical for the township to be obligated to perform some of these enforcement measures. So you have a draft of the ordinance prepared by Carol's firm regarding how to update that and make it a bit more flexible for our code enforcement officer should such enforcement be necessary. So we're talking about specifically things like smell, dust, sound, those sorts of things that would be covered under this performance standard ordinance. I can take any questions you might have, but you have the draft in front of you in your packet.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Any questions for Brian?
No questions whatsoever.
Okay. All right.
No questions needed.
No questions? Okay, all right, then entertain a motion.
You
Mr.
wanna
Chair.
We have
Open
to have
that
a public
public
hearing.
hearing.
I'm sorry. I'm already on to the next. Ken, we're gonna open up a public hearing for this, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Confletti. If any of the callers would like to speak on this specific agenda item, please press *9 on your keypad, and that will raise your virtual hand. We will look for your last 4 numbers of your telephone number and call on you on the order that we receive it in the queue. Again, if you'd like to speak on this specific topic, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, Mr. Confletti.
No hands, okay. 3, 2, 1, okay, we will close the public hearing on this. Thank you, Ken. Okay, back to the Planning Commission. There are no other issues or questions. We can make a motion on this, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion on AP-21-25, the performance standards. Public hearing was held for the proposed text amendment to section 20-03 of the zoning ordinance, and I'd recommend approval to the board.
Support that.
Very good, Carl.
Patricia.
And support by Patricia. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, very good. Thank you so much. Ryan, we are on to, you wanted to do AP 21-23A. First, we're going to combine both the site plan review and special land use for this project, correct?
Yes, if you don't mind, I'll present on both. And if Leslie wants to do the same, she can, and Carol as well. And then you'll have to open the public hearing regarding just the use of land itself. And then we can come back, and if you were to get to a point where motions were in order this evening, you would make 2 separate motions, one for the site plan and one for the special land use.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. Just for everyone that's listening, basically the process is on this. We are going to first hear from the township planner, the engineer, our legal counsel. The applicant will speak. They'll have 20 minutes to give a presentation. And then we will open up the public hearing at that point. And then anytime during this process, the commissioners can make comments or ask questions also. So Brian, if you'd start us off.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sharing my screen. Can everybody see the site plan on the screen right now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good deal. So we had a conceptual presentation at the Planning Commission, the June 28th meeting, in which we had an opportunity to comment or provide some direction to the applicants. But up for consideration this evening is a proposed religious institution at the northwest corner of 9 Mile and Napier. The structure will be 65,840 square feet for the main level. It will also include banquet facilities and teaching rooms and other assorted accessory uses to the religious institution use. This particular use is one that is permitted as a special land use in the R0.5 single family residential district. So what that means is that any site plan that we consider this evening will be contingent upon approval of the use, the religious institution use, by the township board. We have several considerations to make this evening regarding the site plan. I'm going to run through the standards, and so those of you who joined us for the June meeting may hear some repetition, but I do think that it's worthwhile to go through all of the standards here. So we have all of the ownership information showing that Sri Bhakta Hanuman Inc. Is the owner of both of the parcels in question. There are 2 parcels that comprise this overall site. The structure itself that is proposed is compliant with all of the dimensional setbacks for its location. So it complies with the front yard setbacks along both Napier Road and 9 Mile Road, complies with rear yard setbacks along the western and northern property lines. I'm sorry, the northern property line, and the side yard we would consider the western property line. Additionally, all of the parking lot locations comply with our parking setbacks, so we have no concerns with that standard. One of the larger notes that we discussed at the last meeting was lot coverage. The lot coverage on the plan for consideration this evening was 46%, not including the right-of-way dedication area. For those of you watching the packet, there was an additional plan submitted dated 7/3/21, and I'll let the applicants talk a little bit more about their efforts here to reduce lot coverage. But I believe that the plan there comes in at just under 45%. One other question or consideration that we've been asked to make based on a Capello letter dated July 9th to the township.
Mr. Kesey, if I could interrupt for just a moment, I just
Yes, sir.
wanted to confirm that the limit has been removed from the participants. I've been working with Zoom support, so we can now go over the 100. Matter of fact, we're at 102 right now, so that looks like it's open again.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
The applicant's attorney asks that we review the plan for lot coverage requirements in strict conformance with the residential standards set forth in the ordinance. So the contention here is that the lot coverage limit is 25% in the RO5 zoning district. One of the interpretations made is that the lot coverage for this use includes the building, the parking lot, any accessory buildings, things like that. And the applicants are now asking that we consider lot coverage for this use. And one of the things that I want to point out to you is we have 2 definitions in the ordinance for lot coverage. The first is for lot coverage non-residential, and it says the part or percent of the lot that is occupied by buildings, structures, paved surfaces, or other impervious surfaces. And then the lot coverage for residential uses is the part or percent of the lot that is occupied by buildings or structures. So it's my interpretation, and I'd like to hear the Planning Commission discuss the interpretation too, but this is a non-residential use. I believe that all of the paved surfaces and impervious surfaces should be counted there. So that is one thing that we need to discuss this evening. Next, I'd like to talk about building height. The height of the structure itself is 27.6 feet per our ordinance calculation. The maximum is 25 feet in our R0.5 zoning district. So a variance would be required of 2.6 feet for the parapet wall. The tallest spire that you see is 83 feet, 11 inches. There are several spires, 7 spires as part of this project, and I'll put up the rendering here for everybody to take a look at. But these spires / towers are exempt from our height limitation for religious institutions. So whether this is a tower associated with this or a spire in another religion, it doesn't really matter. All of these structures are exempt. The architectural evaluation scored very good based on our architectural design guidelines. So we have no concerns that it meets our minimum standards for architecture and materials. As we noted before, the dumpster location is good. It is located on the northwest corner of the building. We do note that the wooden gates that are proposed need to be swapped for a composite material per our ordinance, so that can be done fairly simply. The mechanical equipment for the structure is located on the roof, while a transformer is proposed here next to the dumpster enclosure. So we have no concerns with that setup. It has been clarified. The photometric plan prepared by Gasser Bush Associates indicates that all of the permissible light levels in our ordinance have been met. So no light above 0.5 foot candles will be measured at the lot lines. So this is in conformance with our ordinance as well. The plan that we considered or reviewed last indicates that there is a requirement for 287 parking spaces. That's based on 1 parking space per seat. I'm sorry, per 3 seats and 1 per employee. So the original plan had a total of 298 spaces on the site. And I will note that the plan dated 7/3/21 would comply with the minimum as well. We talked a bit about loading at the conceptual meeting, and we believe that this use requires 3 loading spaces per the ordinance. The Planning Commission has a lot of discretion as to how many loading spaces are required. There is an overhead door on the northwest corner of the structure where a loading space can fit. There are also other drives where, if need be, additional trucks could be loaded or placed for a temporary period of time. We have no concerns with the loading space as it's proposed. We talked to some extent about landscaping at the last, at the concept meeting, and we got some mixed feedback from the Planning Commission. The applicants are short on the landscape plan by 6 plants, 6 deciduous trees on the 9 mile frontage and 2 deciduous trees on the Napier frontage. However, they have an abundance of ornamental trees to replace those. So we have more ornamental trees than are required, just slightly less shade trees than are required. So again, we asked the Planning Commission to make a determination whether or not that is appropriate or not. We talked a bit about the sidewalks that are proposed and required for this use. There is a pathway that's 10 feet wide proposed along both frontages, the Napier Road frontage and 9 mile frontage. And in the plan that is dated 7/3 in your packet, a proposed boardwalk goes all the way to the northern border. If you recall, we had some questions about that sidewalk stopping just south of the wetland. As it's proposed in the most current plan, the boardwalk would go all the way to the northern property line. The Road Commission has commented on the project in terms of traffic impact and has minor comments relating to the ingress and egress and the deceleration lanes and acceleration lanes, as well as a couple sign comments. But in general, they did not have major concerns and approved this in concept. So based on both roads being Oakland County jurisdiction, we will defer to them. There is no traffic impact study that is required for this use or for a use this size on this property. So this about concludes my report on the site plan items that are open. We do note the 2 variances to the height of the structure and overall lot coverage. We have some minor modifications that need to be made in terms of the trash enclosure. We do need a auto turn analysis. I didn't mention that. That is one item that has been requested of the applicants for site circulation to make sure that the fire department can maneuver through the site. I will note that the fire department has reviewed it and did not express any concerns about their ability to service this building. We also noted that ornamental trees will need to be discussed. and any items that Leslie has as the township engineer for the use. Moving on, I have a letter dated June 9th regarding the special land use standards. So similar to our public hearing earlier in the meeting, this is a use that is subject to our 9 special land use criteria for special land uses in the R0.5 zoning district. In terms of compatibility with adjacent uses, we find that the residential district allows for not only single-family residential uses, but a host of non-residential uses as special land uses, religious institutions, civil buildings, schools and universities, all those types of things that could go in a residential district, even though the primary use in those districts is typically single-family homes. I will note that religious institutions in the township and in neighboring communities are found in situations like this, where we have a large residential property situated along main thoroughfares. In this case, we have 2 main thoroughfares, large acreage, corner lots, and many are adjacent to residential lots and neighborhoods. We went through and analyzed all of the churches and assembly halls associated with religious institutions that are in the township. And I noted about 14 here within Lyon Township and surrounding, 13 of which are in residential districts, either immediately adjacent to residential uses or neighborhoods, or vacant residentially zoned properties. So these are uses that are very typical to see in a residential district. We have no concerns that a religious institution could fit within the fabric of residential neighborhoods. In terms of public services, the site will have public water and sanitary sewer, so we'll defer to the township engineer regarding the adequacy of those, as well as stormwater impacts. The impact on traffic. I hit on this a little bit earlier, that the road commission has no significant concerns that they're stated at conceptual review about the use itself. I want to point out a couple things that were provided by the applicant. First, that the typical Monday through Friday traffic would result in about 35 cars per day. That's 15 cars in the morning, 20 cars in the afternoon. A typical Saturday or Sunday would generate 130 cars onto the property. And then the special events that were listed, which are Diwali, the New Year celebration, and the anniversary celebration of the facility, would be expected to generate 400 to 450 cars per day. In the narratives, there is a plan to bus in or ship in any vehicles that cannot fit on the site. And one of the things that we want to clarify we want to be very clear about is these are public roads, 9 Mile and Napier Road. So any parking along them would be strictly prohibited. So this will be something that we would request a review of some of these special events, just like we do for any other non-residential use in the township. We make sure that there are adequate provisions put in place, whether it be busing situations or parking lot attendants, or whatever is deemed appropriate by the public safety officials. I also want to put in a little bit of context about traffic relating to what we would expect on this property regarding if it were to be developed as residential properties. There was a plan approved several years ago that called for 34 single-family homes. And in a single-family home, we typically anticipate that 10 trips will be generated per day from each one of those. So that's 340 trips that we would anticipate be generated every single day, regardless of whether it is a weekday or a weekend from a residential use. So I wanted to compare those things. I think it's appropriate to have that context. In terms of detrimental effects, we learned at the last meeting that there's going to be no outside speakers as part of this use. I do have one question for the applicant that we didn't talk about last time, but I am curious to know if it's possible on event days that if there's anything that happens outside in terms of tents or things like that, that those would be placed on the south or east sides of the building, just to make sure that those parking spaces or parking lots on the south and the east side are better utilized for any outdoor activities. The religious institution use does not generate any, it will not isolate any residential uses. So we have no concerns meeting that standard. In terms of the base on need for the use, to our knowledge, there's not a religious institution for Hindu worship in Lyon Township. But we do note that the applicants call this a one-stop shop for the Hindu community. And again, we have no inclination that this goes above and beyond the need for Lyon Township in terms of a user base. We are not aware of any empirical detrimental impacts based on data that would indicate a religious institution has a detrimental impact on surrounding properties. Going back to the character discussion I was having earlier, religious institutions are a mainstay adjacent to or internal to residential developments. So we have no major concerns that this would pose an economic concern for the community. Finally, in terms of compatibility with the natural environment, the site plan really does show the lack of impact that this proposal will have on the existing wetland infrastructure that's on site. There's a large stand of trees that's in this northeast corner of the property, and it swings down to the western portion. There's a very small amount of wetland fill that is proposed here for the parking lot at the very southwest corner of the wetland area. But other than that, this is a use that is proposed on what is largely today a vacant portion of the property. So we have no concerns with compatibility with the natural environment, as long as the engineer is okay with any stormwater impacts that may or may not be present for the site. So in conclusion, for both the site plan and the special land use, we have the couple minor concerns for the site plan as well as the variance. So if you were to take any action on the site plan this evening, it would be contingent on fixing those minor items, as well as obtaining a variance for lot coverage and the building height. And then we recommend you hold your public hearing for the special land use this evening and see if we hear any comments of merit that require additional considerations. However, as I note in my June 9th letter, there's nothing here that is overly concerning in terms of the use itself and the location for the use. And so we do feel that it would be appropriate for the Planning Commission to recommend approval to the Township Board for this use. I can take any questions you have.
Okay,
Otherwise,
thank you, Brian.
Leslie is next. Thank you.
Any questions for Brian?
Not at this time.
No questions. Okay, Brian, I'd like you to read. I've got two, I guess, a section and a definition. Section 12.14.b. You read that in our last meeting in regards to height.
Yeah, absolutely. So the pertinent standard there is that the height limitations of the ordinance shall not apply to chimneys, church spires, public monuments, wireless transmission towers, farm buildings, water towers, and flag poles. Goes on from there, but that's not relevant. This would fall under a similar use to a church spire. in terms of the ordinance.
Okay. And the other thing I'd like you to read, just because I'm sure this is going to come up in the public hearing, I'd like to hear I believe it's section 2401 statement of purpose, definition of an R0.5 single family residential district.
This would fall in a similar use to a church spire in terms of the ordinance. Sorry, Mike, you're looking for me to read the statement of purpose?
Yeah, it's 3 paragraphs long. I don't want
Sure.
you to read all 20 pages, just the first 3 paragraphs.
Okay. Yes, it says, section 2401 statement of purpose. The intent of the single family residential districts is to provide areas of the township for the construction and continued use of single family dwellings within stable neighborhoods. The 2 single family residential districts have different minimum area, density, and building placement requirements to provide different housing types to accommodate the varied needs of the population. The regulations in this article are intended to promote development that preserves the physical characteristics of the land and natural environment to the maximum extent possible, thereby retaining the rural-like features of the township. It is further the intent of this district to prohibit multiple family, office, business, commercial, or industrial use of the land, and to prohibit any other use which would substantially interfere with development or quality of life in this district. It is intended that developments in this district be designed to preserve significant natural features, preservation of open space, protection of flood-prone areas, protection of wooded areas, and preservation of other natural features is encouraged.
All right. Thank you, Brian. All right. Any other questions for Brian? Okay. Thank you, sir. Leslie.
Thank you. I'd like to refer to our June 25th review letter, which is in your packet. I do want to note that the plans that we reviewed were dated June 15th, 2021. It's my understanding that there's an updated plan set within your packet, so some of these items may have been addressed. I'm just going to go through the, I guess, more significant items in our letter. Some of the things are quite minor that would need to be modified, such as some typos and legal descriptions and things like that. So I'm going to focus on the significant items. So starting with sheet C3, item 1C, water main and sanitary sewer force main are being constructed as part of the Section 36 utility extension project. Although available to service the Temple project, these utilities will not be approved for tapping until testing is complete and the Section 36 utilities have been connected to the Lyon Township system and accepted. I would anticipate that would be within the next few months, but wanted to point that out that they're currently not available as of tonight. Under sheet C3, item 3, there is a 698-foot long retaining wall on the north side of the project that varies in height from 0 feet to 5.5 feet. Retaining wall structural calculations would be required for any retaining wall greater than 2.5 feet within the township. Retaining wall details will be required, and retaining walls are under the jurisdiction of the building department. Under sheet C5, drainage plan, new Oakland County Water Resources Commission and Lyon Township stormwater standards are imminent and will be incorporated into the township's engineering, design, and construction standards. If this project is not approved prior to the Lyon Township's adoption of these standards, the applicant will be required to meet this new stormwater standards. Sheet C7, the soil erosion plan, item 1, the note referring to the 3-foot high retaining wall near the detention basin is no longer applicable and must be removed. The landscape planting plan, items 1 and 3, the landscape plan does not reflect the current layout of the site plan and must be updated. In item 3, the proposed utilities must be shown, including easements where applicable. Planting should not be placed in township easements. That concludes the significant items in our site plan report. We do not have a special land use letter in the packet tonight. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. Any questions for Leslie?
No.
Leslie, can you speak about wetland A? Brian said they're talking of filling in part of that.
Yes, it appears that they're proposing to fill a portion to accommodate the parking lot, and then they're proposing to mitigate further to the northeast some section of upland to basically with the area that you fill in, you have to take out within the same wetland complex. And the state of Michigan, this is under the jurisdiction of Eagle, which is the state of Michigan's agency, and they would have to apply for a permit should this project receive site plan approval and special land use approval. And mitigation is allowed by the state. So essentially the area that you fill in, you have to take out the same amount of area and turn it into a wetland. So as far as site plan, what they've shown is acceptable.
Okay.
There's one other thing I'd like to comment on, even though it is not in our letter. I did notice that the boardwalk is proposed on the north section of the pathway. As many of you know, I'm not a big fan of boardwalks. And so if this project does get site plan approval, we would encourage the applicant to look at that a little closer and see if that part of the pathway could be relocated closer to Napier Road and be paved rather than a boardwalk system. Boardwalks are very expensive to maintain, and they often fall into disrepair. And so I just wanted to make that note for the record tonight.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any questions for Leslie? Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. Carol.
I don't have any comments on this other than I agree with Brian with respect to the interpretation of the ordinance on the lot coverage.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. I think going back to Brian, that part's still a little unclear. Could you review that with us again? You gave two different scenarios.
Yeah, let me read the definitions for you here. And the reason that it makes a difference is that if we're using the residential lot coverage standard, that only applies to buildings or structures. And based on that, I believe that this is a project that would achieve the 25% lot coverage. However, the way that I interpret the ordinance and read the ordinance, it says lot coverage, not comma, non-residential, the part or percent of the lot that is occupied by buildings, structures, paved surfaces, or other impervious surfaces. And so that's where I believe that the lot coverage is that number that's closer to 45%, 46%.
Okay. So basically it's a view from say 30,000 feet. They're looking at the property, correct? So it include overhangs, also covered walkways, anything like that. Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Anything that's impervious where water won't naturally filter into the ground.
Okay. All right.
Would be counted towards that lot coverage for non-residential.
Okay. So if special land use were approved, that is the lot coverage percentage we would need to look at, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, that's a good point, Mike. And that we're reviewing a technically non-residential use. So I believe that we should utilize the non-residential lot coverage definition.
Okay. So wait, one more question. So it's still, the property is still 25% lot coverage. If it's correct.
That's the maximum in the R0.5 district. Yes.
How it's zoned. And if this were to go to commercial, it would be a 45% coverage, which would basically be an 80% increase over 25 is what we're saying. That would be a percentage wise, that would be 80%.
Yeah, I haven't run the numbers, but I'll trust you on that. I mean, it's an increase. Yes.
It's an increase
19%.
I'm sorry?
19% increase.
No, it's an 80%.
From the 25% standard, which would be close to 80%, like you said.
It would be 80%.
Yeah.
Yeah, be an 80% increase. Yeah. Okay. All right. Just so we're clear on that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Question though.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I understand it. Brian, on the June 28th meeting, when the presentation you made, because it was a zone residential, a church would be built or a center would be built, they still had to follow the 25% and they were way over. Are you saying today in this meeting that that's changed, or they're over by 40 some percent, they're over quite a bit? It's still based on your interpretation, they need to be down to 25%. That's what you stated on the 28th of June, correct?
Correct. I believe the lot coverage today is 46%. We're using the non-residential lot coverage standard, which does not meet the 25% maximum. Yes, so no change from the last meeting. Kurt.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thanks, Brian. All right, applicant. If you would state name and address.
Yes, good. Go ahead, Sudasa.
Hi, Mike. Hello, fellow commissioners. My name is Sadashiv, and today, on behalf of Sri Bhakta Hanuman Temple, with me to my left, we have Vijay Raghavan, who is the founder of the temple. To the left of him is Venki. To the left of him is Krishna, Ram, and Narayan. On the call, we also have a design and development team led by architect Doug Nietzsche of DRN Architects, his colleague, architect David Murphy, Mark Mahajan of Fairway Engineering, who is our project civil and site engineer, and in-house development expert Vikram Ganeshan. And lastly, me, Sadashiv. I wear two hats on this project. I not only represent the temple and its founder for this meeting and otherwise, but also am part of the design and development team, working closely with Doug and David and Ajay from India with all aspects of this project and focusing on the sustainability aspects and religious aspects. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Doug to walk you through the project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sadasa. My name is Doug Nietzsche. I'm the project architect on the project. You'll see on your screen the aerial view. This is a revised plan that we've presented a week ago. This responds to some of the comments we received in the last Planning Commission meeting, mainly about lot coverage and landscaping. In response to those comments, we've eliminated 19 parking spaces and reduced the walkway that surrounds the building by 1 foot. The sum total of that is about a 1% reduction in the lot coverage. So as Brian stated, we would still need the variance for the lot coverage, although there's some uncertainty in our minds as to how that's interpreted, thus our attorney letter. Our uncertainty comes from the fact that in looking at a lot of other churches, they all seem to be well above 40% lot coverage. So we just thought that an explanation of that would be in order. And I guess we might have kind of received that tonight, but I think more discussion of that is probably in order. The walkway around the building is called a circumambulatory walkway. It's actually part of the worship function of the temple. Visitors to the temple will walk around the temple as part of the worship activity. So that, being that it's a northern climate with snow and what have you, it's covered. And so that adds to the impervious area because the whole building has a 10-foot walkway around it. The other comments were related to landscaping, and what we've done is refine the landscaping design to kind of enhance both the landscaping and the building. We're going to show a new animation, which I think will show that very clearly. That animation will have both initial growth height and 10-year growth height on the landscaping. David Murphy will explain where you'll actually do 2 drive-bys. You'll see both versions, and he'll give you a little narrative of when it changes. It's our intent to not really block the building from view, but to kind of interrupt it so that as you're passing by, you'll see the building, but not only the building. So it's kind of a rhythm that you get looking between trees and over the lower shrubbery to see the building. I hope you'll see that in the animation. The plantings you'll see along the parking, they're meant to soften the building, but mainly to block headlights from the parking area. And then there's some medium-sized trees there that's meant to interrupt the view of the building as you're passing by. And obviously, as these trees mature in height over and past 10 years, the amount of buffer screening of the building will increase proportionally. You know, we couldn't help but notice the extraordinary amount of public interest in this project, and a lot of that was pointed towards that street view. So we redid the animation to be a view from a passerby looking out of a car window. And with that, I think, David, if you'll run up the animation, I think it's time for that.
All right. So as Doug said, the animation runs through 2 of the same paths. The first path will be at the initial planting of the trees, and the second path is about 10 years down the line. And I will start that now. We begin heading south on Napier. This is the young planting path. Then we turn west on 9 Mile. The second portion of the animation is about to start, and this is running the same path with maturity. Starting in the same location, you'll notice the trees are much larger and the landscaping is more lush. Then heading south on Napier. Onto 9 Mile.
So thank you, David.
Yep.
So we can run that again if you like. There's a couple of points I'd like to make. It's hard to visualize the heights and these things. I've read a lot of comments from the public about the heights. It's not really shown in this rendering, but there are trees that are on this site within the wetland on the north edge, which are approximately the same height, especially the ones on the west edge of the wetland, as the tallest of the towers. I'm not saying that they will block the tower. That's not obviously going to happen, but it is a good reference point for somebody driving by. If you stand there and kind of visually project that across, you'll get a really good idea of how high the tallest tower will be. I think Brian and Leslie did a super job explaining all the engineering and planning issues. I won't go through all of those, except I would like to emphasize the fact that with respect to traffic and parking, this is very much like any church where the traffic flow is actually less during normal events than what would come out of a 34 lot subdivision. We will have 3 events a year where we may exceed our parking. And for those, the temple has stated in writing that they will engage a professional shuttle bus service with off-site parking. There will never be any parking on Napier or 9 Mile Road. Brian brought up an excellent point about some of these functions may have tents or kiosks out in the parking lot. That is not unusual for the Hindu temples. And we would absolutely stipulate that that would not be on the west side of the building where it would interfere with a residential neighbor. So with that, I think that concludes my comments. I would like to say that we've really put a lot of attention into the landscaping, and looking at that video, for me as an architect, the interplay between the building and the landscaping has to accentuate and enhance both. So we're still open to any refinements in the landscape plan that would be suggested. Obviously, this is the beauty of a rendering like this in an animation is we get to do that to a much higher degree. We get to tweak the landscaping very much to the building perspective. So that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions, we're here to answer them.
Okay, great.
Thank
Thank you. Any questions by the Planning Commission?
Not at this time.
No questions. I do have a question for you. The building footprint, according to the submitted floor plan from DNR Architects, says the first floor is 65,400 feet. I think McKenna letter was a little bit more than that. What is difficult here is well, it is zoned R0.5, and the building, the lot coverage percentage is 80% over current zoning. That's a big issue. But my question to you is, would you be willing to downsize the building?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, we did have that conversation with the temple, and they actually came to me as the architect with a larger building than this. We actually reduced it to a shape and size that fits around the wetland and that I think is consistent with other churches. So I'd have to consult with my client, but I think the first answer to that is no, this is the minimum functional area for the building. It's largely dictated by the number of shrines in the building. Each shrine, similar to the way I mentioned that they circumambulate the building as part of the worship process, they do the same thing in the building. Each shrine gets a fairly large walkway around it. So we've looked at all the clearances, and really, there's really no opportunity to reduce the square footage and maintain the required functionality of the building. Obviously, the basement is just a projection of the upper floor. It's unusual, this building, in that a lot of the basement is occupied by earth-filled shafts, which are required as part of the religious aspect of the building. The shrines on the second floor have to rest on earth. So we really haven't deducted that. We just used the basic projected footprint from the lower level because it really has no bearing on lot coverage. So I guess the answer is no, the building can't be reduced.
Okay, all right. it's just that zoning ordinances, must be neutral. Zoning is equal to all. And it's just such a big area. I try to put it in perspective. I looked up a couple things. For example, a CVS or a Walgreens is approximately 15,000 square feet per building. And to have on that property the equivalent of four Walgreens. McDonald's restaurants average around 4,000 square feet of building. That'd be the equivalent of 16 McDonald's restaurants on that property. So it's that 80% increase over current zoning is something we really need to consider here. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, if I may address that, I'd like to address that.
Sure.
So one of our issues with the interpretation of the lot coverage is that in your ordinance, the 25% applies to residential category. The definition for lot coverage is different for non-residential. And if you look at non-residential uses, the allowable percentages are either 60 or 75% for non-residential uses. So we're kind of a mixing two here under a special use permit. And that's why we ask for in our letter for a definitive interpretation of that, because we're just confused as to how that would be applied to us, especially given the fact that we see many buildings, as you perfectly said, an 8,000 or 5,000 square foot McDonald's is probably a 75 or 80% lot coverage. The same with the Target store, because these facilities have large parking lots. We think that the ordinance uses 25% because there are no parking lots in residential. There may be a driveway. So, and we have talked to other planners actually, and they haven't given the same definition actually. We don't really, all that matters to us is we're still headed towards applying for this zoning variance. And I guess the question is how much. So that's a real, it's out of my area of expertise. It's a legal matter, I guess. So we just ask for consideration on that. And obviously we'll go to the ZBA and request this in the same manner we are now.
Okay. All right.
Good evening, this is Satya Kondasani. I got a quick question.
Sure.
If I may ask a question.
Please.
Will this temple have a kitchen?
Yes, the temple has a kitchen in the basement. So there's a banquet hall, so to speak, with a kitchen in the basement. This is intended to be an ancillary function. Typically, the following on the weekends, on Saturday and Sunday, there will be meals served, either free or at a nominal charge. So this kitchen will be used for that. You'll see a receiving area and a freight elevator to bring the goods in and out of the kitchen. It'll be a commercial kitchen with exhaust fans and that kind of thing, but it's ancillary to the worship function. They will never be used simultaneously. So therefore our parking and our infrastructure is not supporting simultaneous use, but rather separate use of those two things. The worship on the first floor and the banquet on the lower floor.
Mr. Chairman, I had a quick question.
Yes, Ron, please.
Doug, can you explain the spires or the towers and why they need to be so tall?
Yes, I'd be happy to. There's a tower. Each of the towers you see is located above one of the main deities or statues that are in the building. And the proportions of the towers are dictated to us by the sculptors and the priests in India. Those actually the CAD drawings are provided to us and we superimpose them on the building. So there's a principle called Vastu Sastra. It's an ancient formula for a design of religious facilities, a couple thousand years old, actually. And I don't claim to understand it, but I am given these things by the specialist in India. I can show you some research we've done. All of the temples have towers that are similar in height. The Bhartiya temple in Troy, which I also designed, has a tower that's about 78 feet tall, which is the same height of all of these except one, which is 83 feet 11. The 83 foot 11 tower is the one actually that's kind of in the middle of the building there. David, if you could point to it, yeah, that's actually the tallest one. And you can see it really, it doesn't look the tallest because it's the furthest away in this view. But that's why we did the rendering. We think that speaks for itself as far as the street view. You know, obviously an aerial view emphasizes the height of these towers, but that's not the way you'll see this building. You'll see this building from the street view at no more than 6 or 7 foot above grade. So we feel that they're proportional to the building, but more importantly, they're exactly what's required for Vastu proportionality. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions? Anything else to add?
Yeah, Mike.
Before? Yeah.
Mike. I was just trying to pull it up and I can't pull it up that fast. If somebody has the fire department letter on this, the fire department had concerns about what the material was in the spires. If you could address that material.
Yes,
please.
Absolutely. Good question. The entire building will be non-combustible category in the Michigan Building Code. The towers will be built out of GFRC, which is glass reinforced concrete, obviously non-combustible. There'll be a steel framework in there to resist wind load and what have you. And it is not occupiable. There may be a maintenance ladder in it to go up and inspect the paint because it's painted steel structure, so there needs to be a maintenance inspection. But there's no habitable area inside the tower. They sit on the roof of the building on a platform, and really they're just decorative in nature.
Okay, thanks, Doug. I also concur with Mike Conflitti there on the, as I said, the conceptuals on the lot coverage. You've got all the setbacks on the sidewalks and the building itself from the setbacks. I look really good, but the lot coverage is really high. It's been my past practice not even to move it forward if it doesn't meet all the rules in the zoning ordinance, but it's going to be your prerogative to move that towards the ZBA. But the lot coverage is just way too high for me, and my interpretation is the same as what our planner is. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. And one other thing is that I don't want to get into another blown out deal on the shade trees, but you know, I don't think it's necessarily a heat island, but the reason why I wanted the shade trees is because it is such a big structure and the spheres and made of cement and it'll hold a lot of heat. So shade trees will mitigate a lot of that. And that's what I'd like to see. And that's why it's in the zoning ordinance. So I'd like to see those shade trees all go in. Thank you.
Understood.
Thanks.
Mr.
Thank you, Carl.
Conflitti?
Yes, sir.
Conflitti?
Yeah.
I can go. Typically, we would wait till, my colleagues would wait till after the open hearing, so. But I have a question for Doug. Doug, what's the actual plan for the parking, shuttling people? Who have you talked to? Who has the temple talked to? And where would that happen?
So I forget the name of the company, but there's actually a bus service that has arrangements with the Meyer store on Grand River to shuttle X number of cars, I think up to 100 cars. And so it's just a fee they charge us under a contract and they provide the parking. We can also make arrangements ourselves with parking, but that seemed like a convenient way to do it. And, we really haven't gotten a price on that yet, so it may be that we have to look elsewhere, but we know that that's a very viable option for these only 3 days a year that would happen.
Okay, I had visited the Canton Temple in the neighborhood just to the west of the temple. There's 25 homes, and I spoke with a homeowner, and we were talking about the temple, and he said in the beginning, when they had a small parking lot, there were people parking all over. The neighborhood was just full of cars. But then when they built the larger parking lot in the back, and that's a small temple compared to this one, that alleviated the problem with people parking in the neighborhoods. The one positive thing in that neighborhood of 25 nice homes, comparable to the homes around here, homes don't go up for sale because Indian families that worship at the temple like to walk to the temple. So the homes usually don't see a for sale sign, he said, because there's a demand. So I know there was some concern about property values. But the thing that concerns me with, I interviewed 3 of the leaders at the Oak Point Church to get perspective on how they plan, and that property's 27 acres. And they, when they started construction at 1,700 people, and that went quickly right away to added 1,000 to 2,700 because it being new and large and everybody wants to go and see. And so I would expect this temple there'd be a significant increase. And with the nature of the people that would be coming potentially from all over the world, all over the country, and certainly different communities around here, how will you communicate that there's going to be a service for people are going to come to an address? The Oak Point Church, for example, when they have the Christmas holidays, they'll have 5,000 people come on a weekend. So they have us, because the parishioners, most of them are local and they're bringing guests. There's emails, there's communication going out, and they actually ask people to schedule the service. They'll add extra services, and you pick the service you want, and you can see online when those services are full so they can spread it out. In a congregation like they've explained, when people are just showing up to an address, that's a concern. And for a couple of years, people in our sub have, and I live in the Kirkway sub, just west of where the temple location is proposed, they're very concerned about that jog on 9 Mile. People are coming at the speed limit is 55 on Napier coming south from 10 Mile. And it's like a chicken thing because of that's the way that it's offset. And I've talked to, we've mentioned at our commission before, and I've talked to Leslie Zawad about what we can do to fix that. But it is a concern for people attending the temple. If people start walking because they don't know that they can't park on Napier or 9 Mile, and they start walking, it seems it's too big of a building and not enough parking. Oak Point started with 470 parking spots, and there are over 900 today because of the growth. So as popular as this temple is going to potentially be, that seems to me a big risk to people in the subdivisions around, and more importantly, to the people that might park on that road and want to walk in for whatever reason. So those are a couple of concerns. See if I had a couple more. I looked at the emails at the beginning of through the weekend, not the ones loaded today so much, but the high majority percentage were concerned about traffic. That was the one thing. And there were a number of folks that were for the temple, both people that would plan on attending and not. There was probably 20% of those people that were concerned. They liked the idea of the temple, but they were concerned about the traffic, especially that jog there. And Oak Point, when they picked that location, they were looking for a main artery. What we have here, you've got 9 Mile, you got dirt roads west and east on 9 Mile. You go a mile south on Napier, and you've got dirt roads. You're primarily going to have people coming in from the north it just seems like it's going to be a congested, for sure, when they have the 3 events. And I also understand that Hindu weddings can be rather large, 500 to 1,000 people. And in a temple like this is probably going to be the temple that young folks want to get married in, because it's beautiful, it's large. So when we looked at a wedding barn, we wrestled with, as a planning commission, about the size of the land, and we decided that it had to be at least 20 acres to 40 acres. Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, but we were expecting a venue like that would facilitate weddings. It had to be pretty large, and we made sure one of our commissioners wanted it to be on a paved road because of ease of access. So I am absolutely not against building a temple at all. I just think it needs to be in the right location, and to put such a large building and on 11 acres, it just seems like I don't know. I'm just concerned about the safety for the attendees and for, young people kids are learning how to drive, and in the subdivisions, when you're playing chicken on 9 Mile like that, with the people coming 55-mile speed limit and they're coming a little faster sometimes, it's just kind of hectic. But that's enough. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, Kurt. Doug, any comments?
Yeah, I absolutely understand all those comments. I understand them, but I would say that it kind of paints a worst case scenario as far as what will happen here. I know by experience that the use of this temple, except for those 3 events, will be absolutely consistent with what would otherwise be built on this parcel. We expect that intersection will eventually be a roundabout. If you look at our site plan, it allows for that. It worked out for us, and it will allow that to happen easily. With respect to those overflow events, that's not unusual. I can tell you by my own experience that the temple in Troy had, for the first year or 2, problems. And then the city of Troy explained to them that they had to solve their problem, and their solution was to have the shuttle service. And there's no problem anymore. So I'm pretty confident that that'll be the case here. I know that probably VJ would want to paint a better, more accurate picture of their actual daily usage. Maybe VJ, you can expand on what I just said.
See, we are not like a normal church that operates on 1 day a week. And we are open 7 days a week. And on weekends, we are open from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock in the evening. And we have never had a single sermon that everybody sits down, 500 people or 700 people and all of that. And we have constant floating traffic. Our temples are floating traffic. And so even on the weekends, they will keep on coming and pray and leave. And then few more people will come in and leave. And it's the same thing right now at the Hanuman temple in Farmington Hills. So we don't have a wall-to-wall people. And one of the concerns that they were talking about, Hindu weddings are 500 to 1,000 people. Our hall capacity is only 500 people, I think. I'm not sure. And so we're not going to exceed that limit, even if we have a humongous wedding. And if they're going to require 1,000 people, then we got to refer them to some other place. And our place is only 500 people. And if we divide them by 3, that's only about 160 cars. and we got 287 parking spots. Oh, I hope I answered that question. If you have any doubt, please let me know or let know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we're going to open the public hearing for this. I'm sure that's what everyone here has been waiting for. Ken?
Yes. So whenever you're
let's
ready,
go
Mr.
on.
Conflitti.
I just want a couple things I'd like to say first. We'd like you to, I think we're going to, first of all, we're going to combine the special land use and site plan review public hearings together. So we're going to have one public hearing on both. And we ask that you direct your questions to the Planning Commission. We're not going to answer individual questions with each caller. What we'll do is we'll try to answer as many as we can after all the callers have been through. And we're going to try to get as many people as we can to speak. I was asked to read a statement on the rules of public hearing. Because of the number of people interested in this project, additional rules and instructions for public speaking tonight are as follows. Each speaker will have no more than 2 minutes to speak. Now that's common in all our public hearings. That's not specific to this one. Keep your comments pithy. Don't try to repeat what other speakers have said. A member of the public may only speak once. Try not to go back in line after you speak. Number 3, there's no need to repeat comments or issues already raised by another speaker. If you would like to just comment that you agree with the other speakers, that would be fine. But try not to be repetitive, just so everybody has a chance to speak tonight. Comments should be limited. This is probably the important one. Comments should be limited to land use issues that are relevant to this application. The Planning Commission will not consider any comments that are not related to the land use proposed in the application. Some examples of comments that are irrelevant and that will not be considered by the Planning Commission are comments related to specific religion, financial standing of the applicant, or comments regarding the priest or any other member of the religion or applicant. Please confine your remarks to specific issues. And then the Planning Commission will not make a decision on this matter based on the number of people who are in support or opposed to this project. We'll decide on the merits of the case. And again, tonight, what we're going to do is make a recommendation to the board, or I guess we have several different options here to the board. So if a final decision is not made tonight, Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the board, then the township board will make a final decision on that, or the ZBA will be involved in this also. So again, try to keep it to 2 minutes and be courteous.
Mr. Confletti? Mr.
Yes.
Confletti?
Yes.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Please.
Can Ken tell us how many people he has on the Zoom call right now?
Yeah, Mr. Radke, you have, including the people that are on video right now, we are at 152.
Because just a few minutes ago, there were 276 on YouTube. And I'm concerned, is there any way to make some kind of announcement? If people, Carol, is that an issue if people tried to get in and they couldn't get in?
Well, again, you know, we have been advised that it is open to 1,000 people. If you tried to call in before that correction was made, you are free to call in again. We are just beginning the public hearing. So those of you watching on Facebook, if you may have not have been able to get it in before, you can get in now. So please go ahead and call in.
Thank you, Carol.
Yeah, thank you.
And Mike, just one other point of clarification, if I may. The
Please.
public hearing is really only on the special land use. So, but you can make comments related to the site plan as well, but I just wanted that clarified.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you. Okay, Ken, and we ask that you state your name and address before you speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conflitti. I do have a couple of instructions. If I could get
Sure.
all of the callers' undivided attention. The first thing is I'd like to thank you for your patience. We know that you've been hanging in there, and we're going to try to get to your comments here right away. One thing to be mindful of is listen for the last 4 digits of your phone number. That's how we're going to call on people to speak. We're attempting to create an orderly flow here, and we're going to call off the last 4 digits of your phone number, and then you'll be able to speak. As was mentioned, if you are watching on YouTube, you're going to want to turn YouTube down. There is about a roughly 20-second delay between YouTube and this call. So we don't want there to be any confusion there. So at this point, if you have YouTube up and we're listening to it, you may want to turn it down. Okay.
And one other note, Ken, we will have a timer going, and Ken will let you know, when you have 10 seconds left so that you can wrap up your comments so we can keep the hearing moving.
Yep, that was down on my list a little bit further, but thank you, Carol. As was mentioned, there is a timer in the square here that is set for 2 minutes. When we get to the 10 seconds left, we'll just give you a reminder that you have 10 seconds. I know again that you're on the telephone and you cannot see the timer, but you may want to just time yourself and then listen for the 10-second warning. Okay, how do you speak? So the way you speak is you press *9 on your keypad, and that will raise a virtual hand. I can see there's a bunch of hands raised already, so we're going to get to you in just a moment. Again, if you want to speak, we ask that you raise your virtual hand, and the way you do that is by pressing *9. At that point, we're going to just take the people that are in the queue one at a time, and we will ask you to unmute at that time. We want everybody to please stay muted while we're in open call to the public so that we're respectful to everyone, so that we can hear everyone's comments appropriately. So please do not unmute yourself until you're asked to unmute yourself. The way to unmute yourself will be *6, and we'll repeat that when we call on you. When we call on you, please clearly state your name and address for the record. This is very important. We want to make sure that we capture the people that are speaking. And as Mr. Conflitti mentioned, this is an open comment section, and it's best to spend, to be efficient with your time, the 2 minutes, and not ask any questions because the questions will not get responses. So it's important, if you want to be efficient with your 2 minutes, it is for comments. Okay, I think that's everything. Again, thanks callers for all your patience. We're going to start with the first caller here. It's caller with the last 4 digits, 9250. Please press *6 on your keypad, caller. Caller, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, are you caller 9250?
Yes, yep.
Yep, go ahead, caller.
Thank you. My name is Vicky Tarazi. I'm at 22215 Waterland Drive. So thank you for all of this information. This has been a very enlightening session. Just want to add that to the point about everything that's been discussed, there's a really great book out there called Voices of the Wild, and it talks about how in nature, we're always talking about the visual aspects that need to be preserved, but there's also the soundscape. And as of right now, when I venture out my neighborhood, which our house is very, very close to the territory that is being discussed, I can hear birds, but with a parking lot that is,
very, very large for the area that we're in. It's just very out of proportion to where we live and to what we currently have. And so I would like to just say that that is my response to everything that's been shared. I have other concerns too. That is one of my main ones. But second of all, there's the congestion with traffic. Even just adding 35, what was it? I think it was 35 road trips per day. That's enough to just add to the traffic with back to school in September. Whenever it happens for all of us here, this is just really not preferred for the noise level that we have already, in addition to the visual, everything else you guys have shared. I really appreciate the information. But again, please, I live very close to the property and the area that's being discussed. And it's just out of proportion to where we live. And I really appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, Vicki.
Thank you, caller. Okay, next caller in the queue, caller with the last four digits, 5874. 5874. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address for the record and proceed with your comments.
Colin Gallagher, 51016 Glades Court West, Novi. I live in Bellaterra. My comment is as follows. To put the square footage into context, the proposed square footage of the temple is planned to be approximately 65,000 square feet per floor, or approximately 130,000 square feet. With respect to the temple, based on the size and magnitude of the project, as well as the written documentation provided by the temple leadership, it appears as if this is intended to be an international pilgrimage site. At that size, this will be the 30th largest Hindu temple in the world, right beyond the ones in Delhi, population 19 million, Karachi, population 15 million, and London, population 9 million. And right ahead of the temple in Dhaka, Bangladesh, population 9 million. This will be the third largest temple in North America and the second largest temple in the United States. For relative comparison, the 21st largest temple in the world in Madurai, India, which is approximately 4 times the size of this proposed project, attracts over 15,000 pilgrims a day and up to 1 million visitors during the religious festivals in April and May. Using a reasonable extrapolation approach of say 10% of the Madurai temple, this would equate to 1,500 pilgrims a day and 100,000 visitors during the religious festivals. From a footprint perspective, please consider the following. This will be 104% of the size of a Target store, 82% the size of a Kroger store. This will be 306% the size of the Roman Catholic Cathedral in Detroit. This will be 142% the size of the Islamic Center of America located in Dearborn. This will be 66% of the size of the largest Catholic church in the Western Hemisphere, based in Washington, D.C. I traveled to over 20 pilgrimage sites throughout the world, from Jerusalem to Shanghai to Washington, D.C.
10 seconds.
And things that these sites have in common is that the pilgrimage sites are centrally located, congestion is significant, traffic is immense, and this is a nonstop visitors from outside the community. And the road, utilities.
Thank you, caller. That's time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, looking at the next caller here. Let's see. Okay, caller with the last 4 digits of 0540. 0540. Please press *6. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Hi.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, this is Michael Gardner, 22865 Fremont Drive North, Lion Ridge. We are opposed to this. It will bring a lot of excess vehicles to this area, and you cannot guarantee when those cars will come and when they cannot come. There's no guarantees to the limits that they can put in. So they say 30 vehicles a day. Are they going to be fined for above 30 vehicles a day? Which I don't think we can do, but that would be one question. Another question is the intersection of 9 Mile Napier is very dangerous. I ride my bike up and down to the 8 Mile Nature Preserve over there, and it is very dangerous. They need sidewalks as it is. And if you're bringing busloads of people in constantly, it's going to be very dangerous. And this should be a residential area for houses only. And any kind of large structure like this in this area will be opposed by everyone around here, as I moved to this area for the nature and not for parking lots. And that's it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay. And continuing on here. Next caller with the last four digits, 4253. 4253. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address for the record and proceed with your comments.
This is Thomas Tanisoff. I'm at 22898 Cheyenne Drive in South Lyon, Michigan at Lyon Ridge. I live and work in the community, and I echo a lot of the comments that have been stated. The traffic is an absolute concern. The parking on side streets, I can't believe that there would be any discussion that could argue that cars will not park on the subdivisions here. There absolutely will be, and there's the comment out of the proponent that stated that you're looking at the worst case scenarios. Well, yes, I would absolutely look at the worst case scenarios. I'm worried about our children. On that jog of a stretch of road there that was mentioned. I'm worried about our children in the subdivisions with increased traffic and increased people parking down these subdivision roads. And a couple other points out of the ordinance. Section C, public services adequate thoroughways and highways to be served. This is not an adequate service highway. This is a jogged road. Section F, with the isolation of existing uses, the local area should not be impeded by the construction of this. This is absolutely out of place for this rural community. The section G, section I, which talks about compatibility with the natural environment. This absolutely is not. There was the other caller that talked
10
about
seconds.
The rural community here. There's just so many aspects that I echo here, and I thank you for the time and the board's comments earlier in this, where it does not seem to fit.
Okay, thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, caller. Okay, continuing down the list here, it looks like caller 5680. 5680. Please press *6 to unmute.
I'm unmuted. My name is Kevin O'Brien, and I reside at 5104 Glades Court West in Novi. That's Bellaterra subdivision. My wife and I have been here about 14 years. I must echo what has been said by most of the callers, and address a comment to the planner, Brian Cussy. Respectfully disagree with your analysis of the points in section 603. I really think that an awful lot of those, it just doesn't quite fit to what I think the meaning of that section is for the commission to look at to make decisions on issues like this. The issue of the traffic, I think, is a large one, but I think the overriding issue is it's just out of place in this part of Lyon Township. In the email I sent out, I made the comment that it's stuck way down in the corner, way out of sight in the bottom of range 25, where it really should be. If you built a temple like this, it should be in the middle of the township on a big road and something like that. And one place that comes to mind is the property that the township owns at 11 Mile and Milford Road. That's I think currently in the future plan as a park. Might want to consider that. Thank you very much for the time you're spending on this, and want to make the absolute point that I am not in any way objecting to a Hindu temple. I'm only objecting to where the Hindu temple is going to be. Thank you for your time. Right.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, caller. All right, continuing on here. Caller with the last four digits, 4535. 4535. Please press star
All right.
6. Okay, caller, go ahead
Yeah.
and state
Can
your
you-
name and address
can
for
you
the
hear me?
record. Yes,
Yep,
go ahead,
yes.
caller.
Yeah. This is Shalendra Gupta at 23281 Laurel Drive in the Bellaterra subdivision and right at the 9 Mile and Napier intersection. First, I oppose. Folks, I'm a 60-year-old Indian Hindu person, and I know the value of a temple so close to where I live. Walking distance, literally, absolutely walking distance. But when I get to 9 Mile and Napier and I see parents with their kids riding bicycles and that horrendous traffic going through even today, it scares me. And when a temple comes, I know somebody who goes to the Novi temple, who goes to the Canton temple, who lives the temple life, I know what traffic is. So I don't want to give you statistics. People have given you statistics on traffic, but I will oppose because I don't want an accident at that intersection where somebody's child is killed. I don't want that on my conscience. Folks, we need to worry about that. There are young families in Kirkway, Park Place. You go to a subdivision in the neighborhood. There are kids running around, skateboarding. And this is what we are thinking of doing. That's it. Thank you very much. And folks on the Planning Commission, I thank you sincerely for giving us this opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, the last four digits are 0303. 0303. Please press star 6 on your keypad to unmute. And then state your name and address for the record. Go ahead, caller.
Sure. My name is Andrew Shushangian. Address is 52131 Pierce Drive in Kirkway Estates. Outside of all the comments that have been made, I think the biggest concern I have is the 80% increase in the coverage allowed for that residential. There was a lot of comparison of other properties that, the size of this and other properties that allowed the larger coverage, but all those properties happen to be commercial properties. If that is the case and the temple would like to build based on those coverages, then propose a rezoning instead of a special use permit. I think everybody else talks about everything else, including the traffic and the way it looks, but I think ultimately it's set up as a residential use and we should keep to those gross property area percentages. That's all I have to say. I want to thank the Planning Commission for all they're doing, and I know it's going to be a long night, and thank you for taking the time to listen to everybody's comments.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, caller. Okay, next caller in the queue. Last four digits are 3928. 3928. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name. Yep,
yeah,
go ahead.
My name is Ravi Krishnan. I'm calling from 23200 Olsted Road, Farmington Hills. I'm not a resident of Leon Township, but I am looking forward to moving there in the future. So there were a few comments which were made with respect to traffic during the day. I just want to point out that we Hindus do not pray at one single time. We pray throughout during the day. So people come in during the day at different times of the day. So you're not going to see those 35 cars coming in all at the same time. So the traffic is going to be staggered. The second point I wanted to make was with respect to the marriage. Someone made a comment that 1,000 people will attend the marriage. But, typically the temple ceremony that happens, it involves only the close family and close family members. So So that would not be more than 10 to 15 people. And it is typically followed by a reception or something in a ballroom. So we need not worry about 1,000 people attending a marriage or something of that sort. And third comment was with respect to someone making a comparison to Madurai Temple. That is actually not a good comparison. You should probably compare this to Pittsburgh Temple, and the footfall there is not as many as 1,000 people in a day. It's less than 100 in a day. And Pittsburgh Temple is one of the largest temples in the U.S., and it's a very prominent temple which is noted by the Hindu community. So it might be more realistic to compare it to Pittsburgh Temple than to compare it to Madurai Temple, because the comparison is not apt. And the fourth point I wanted to make was with respect to the traffic and children becoming victims. I think that's a very drastic viewpoint. We've never seen something like that happen in a religious place in the
10
past.
seconds.
And I've been a Michigan resident for many years. I've never heard of something like that. So I think that was a very drastic comment to make. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Next caller in the queue here. Last four digits are 7599. 7599. Please press *6. Go ahead, caller.
Hello?
Please state your name. Yes, go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address.
Sure. My name is Kelly Baker. I live at 22673 Mondavi Drive in the Bellaterra subdivision. And I am calling. They stated in their spiel that they're going to residential zone 25%. And however, for the commercial, it seems as if this is going to be a commercial property in a residential area. You're going to have a commercial grade kitchen. If there's only 30 people attending temple daily and, 100 to 150 people on the weekends, what's the purpose of a commercial grade kitchen? The architect discussed towers. However, in the, my notes, towers should not be permitted with the exception to height standards. Height limitations do not apply to spires. Well, I believe a spire, which is by definition a narrow pole-like object, is far different than an 80-foot tower that I'm going to have to stare out of through my back window every day. I think these are things beyond traffic and the lack of a plan, which I've called the city numerous times. There is no plan for that corner, so I don't know who stated that there was a plan for a roundabout. They are incorrect. There is no plan as of date today to fix that. So, 5 years down the road, after we're engaged with, 1,000 people weddings, you're going to fix the corner. It just seems like things are happening too fast and people need to pump the brakes and think this through and how it actually is going to impact the area and those that have chosen to live here. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, caller. Okay, next caller in the queue here. Caller with the last four digits, 2282. 2282. Please press *6 on your keypad, caller, and state your name and address for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Great. So I'm Sarah Abelson, and I'm at 51610 Cove Drive in the Rathmore Park sub. And so I am on the call today to oppose the temple at this location, 9 Mile and Napier. My biggest concern being the traffic. My family and I moved into Rathmore Park in January, and we actually moved from Royal Oak right by the zoo. And one thing I want the board or the township to consider is when the zoo was busy, they did overflow parking on sidewalks, in the grass, in the subdivisions around the zoo, and it's unsightly. It's dangerous for children riding bikes. And so that's my major concern is where is the overflow parking going to go? Obviously, as we noted earlier in the call, Oak Point outgrew their original building. They had the acreage to build additional parking spots. In this plan, there is no space for additional parking spots. And that would just increase the footprint of the building, which again, doesn't align with the natural beauty of the area. All of these things I'd like the township to consider when making this decision. for this special land use. And that's kind of my concerns. I just want to say thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak and your time this evening.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you, caller. Next caller on the list here. Caller with the last four digits, 8834. 8834. Please press *6 on your keypad. Okay, caller, please state your name and address. Yes, and proceed with the comments.
My name is Steve Spreitzer. I live at 9254 Marlow in Plymouth Township. I'm the president and CEO of the 80-year-old Michigan Roundtable for Diversity and Inclusion, formerly known as the National Conference for Christians and Jews, which was founded in New York in 1927 when the first Irish American ran for president. He was also Catholic. His name was Al Smith. At that time, the Ku Klux Klan reacted publicly and burned churches to the ground and beat and killed Catholics, which gave rise to our organization. So over the last 80 years, we have stood by immigrants from across the globe, all races and religions. As our new neighbors are demystified by our coming to know them as our doctors, coaches, teachers, and coworkers who we rub shoulders with in libraries, gas stations, and stores, their culture begins to reflect the humanity we all share. Their desire to worship and engage in congregational life will be no different than the practices that take place, say, at First Baptist or St. John's, whose behaviors and traffic patterns you well know. After over 30 years of working in our area with the diverse religious communities, I can guarantee you that coming to know your Hindu sisters and brothers who are will be a blessing to you. I also look forward to seeing you at the open house and being available to you. You can check us out on the website, Michigan Roundtable for Diversity and Inclusion, to address any concerns you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, caller. Next caller on the list. Caller with the last four digits, 5821. 5821. Please press *6. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address for the record.
Michael Angieski, 50988 Glades Court West in the Bellaterra subdivision. So thanks to the Planning Commission for allowing me to state my concerns today. As a resident of one of the adjacent residential communities, this proposal is very concerning to me for a multitude of reasons. First being that the corner of 9 Mile and Napier, where 100% of the surrounding area is residential developments, agricultural, and parkland, is not the place for a massive commercial enterprise. This religious business complex will not be compatible with the current natural environment and the land uses in the vicinity. I find that 130,000 square foot above grade building will not be used solely for worship and small religious gatherings. In reference to a comment made earlier, I doubt that most of the 13 churches found in residential areas in Lyon Township are even 10% that size. The size should absolutely be a consideration, and I can't believe that 130,000 square feet for what is being perpetrated as 35 cars, 150 people visiting a day, 150 cars, 450 on the weekend with quote unquote floating traffic, and only 3 events per year is what you're drawing with that size of a building. You don't need 130,000 usable square feet for 160 cars and 500 people on an infrequent basis. So, I ask that the commissioners please look at this logically and not use what's written solely in the proposals. As a neighbor to whatever is built on this land, I do not want to walk out my front door and see a 130,000 square foot banquet hall, savings and loan building, flower shop with 84-foot towers on that corner either. And to be clear, Sri Bhakta Hanuman Temple takes part in and advertises all of those commercial activities. They are no doubt a commercial institution. There's square miles of land that can be used for business and commercial in Lyon Township already that they can move to as part of the community. Should not be in a residential area like 9 Mile and Napier. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, caller. Next caller is 1698. Caller 1698. Please press *6 on your keypad to unmute and state your name and address for the record. Go ahead, caller.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi.
This is Susan Dutcher again, 22584 Poppleton Drive, Kirkway Estates. I'm deeply concerned. I know I mentioned this earlier as well. This is very short-sighted. What I see here, as many others have described, is visual pollution. Not only visual pollution with seeing that in your skyline in your backyard, but in addition to that, there's light pollution. I lived in Carriage Hills in Canton for many years, and when the Lowe's went up there, again, similar size building, it was detrimental. It deteriorated the neighborhood where we lived in Canton, and it caused some major challenges for the individual homes that were closest to the facility. It's not in line with the master plan. And like I said, I'm concerned about the detrimental effects to the present population. It's incompatible with the master plan for Lyon Township, and it's out of proportion as it relates to both visual and light pollution for the current residents who've left other suburbs to move to Lyon Township for this reason. As many others have stated, there are many other properties. There's many other more affordable properties too, in Wixom or perhaps New Hudson, that are not that far away. I would, gladly welcome a temple, but something at this scale is not appropriate. I never would have thought that I would see like a Home Depot in my backyard, or that I'd be able to see it in the distance from, about a half a mile away. It's unacceptable. It's not compatible with the master plan. While I appreciate the efforts and the other folks on here,
10
that
seconds.
is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you, Susan.
Next caller with the last four digits, last four digits, 3627. 3627. Please press *6 on your keypad to unmute and state your name and address for the record. Try this one more time. Caller with the last four digits, 3627. Please press *6 on your keypad to unmute.
Hi,
Okay, caller.
this is
Yeah.
I think it should be 367 not 27. I think you got it wrong.
Okay, I'm here. Hello?
I'm sorry, we have two 3627s. We're going to take, the first one is a 586 number. We're going to take that first,
Yep.
and then we'll take you later, the 773, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. This is the 586 number. My name is Eric Stubenball. I live at 52651 Aspen Drive in the Lion Ridge subdivision. I am another resident speaking in opposition for the special land use request. I know you aren't answering questions directly, so just questions for the board to consider afterwards is, one, the time it will take to construct a building or a structure on this site of this size, considering the footing is also going to be 65,000 square feet in comparison to residential homes, which certainly in volume number more, but in total time for development of one is much shorter period. It was also mentioned earlier in the meeting by the board that the amount of religious structures in the area are also in and around homes. I am curious to know how many of those were developed prior to the houses being built in that area, or if houses were built or developed after those structures were already in place. As for many of my comments, most of them have been covered as it pertains to traffic. I agree, especially that I live pretty much on a main thoroughfare between 9 and 10 mile. I agree with a number of the size comparisons that have been made. It was mentioned by the designer that they've adopted or added trees to help not block, but function as a see-through, and compared it to a 34 home development. However, a 34 home development is not one continuous structure. It is individual structures that are often broken up by more trees and parkland views. So this just simply, it sticks out.
So, as far as the comments brought up about worst case scenarios, typically logic dictates planning for the worst is always the most prudent rather than planning for the best and not.
10 seconds.
In summary, it's certainly a beautiful structure, and while it might meet requirements, heights, and designs for a religious structure, it doesn't meet the ordinance required for this.
Okay. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, caller. The next caller we're going to take here is 7207. Hopefully there are no other 7207s. 7207. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Srini Raman. Address is 4830 Bonnie Court, West Bloomfield, Michigan. I don't live in that area, but I've been listening to all the wonderful presentations and the comments. But I do live very close to one of the biggest synagogues and one of the biggest Chaldean churches in my neighborhood. And they really admire how the city has very creatively managed the traffic. And a very beautiful way they've managed it. And we are all living in a very interfaith society here. And my previous comment, somebody else made a comment about one of the biggest temple, which draws thousands of people in Pittsburgh, with a Hindu temple, and they have also managed very creatively the traffic. So I believe that our Hindu religion, which is practiced by over 2 billion people around the world, brings spiritual harmony and interfaith tolerance. So with that, I feel that will bring a tremendous value to the South Lion community, and also on the positive side, it will bring the value of the homes and also the value of the entire community. So I fully support this temple in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller is 1009. Caller 1009. Please press *6. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name's Wendy Kerner. My address is 22634 Cypress Drive. I'm in Kirkway. I'm a Lyon Township resident. I just wanted to echo about the traffic concerns. I am opposed to this. I don't think that this fits the master plan whatsoever. Even when Brian Kesey read the master plan, I didn't hear one thing that notched off anything that it fit. I would like to note that the banquet and the restaurant and the nominal fees, that's a restaurant. I mean, you can say that, okay, during service, you're not going to have it, but they will in other times for a nominal fee. That's a commercial restaurant. I appreciate everybody's time. I am extremely opposed to the size of it. I'm not opposed to the temple. I think that there's other places in Lyon Township that the temple would fit. I just don't think in a residential neighborhood, it's appropriate with the traffic and children trying to get to ITC, and it's just not an appropriate fit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you, caller. Okay, next caller with the last 4 digits, 3672. 3672. Please press *6 on your keypad, caller.
Hi, so my name is Sam Ravi Vijayananda. I live at 22636 Mandavi Drive in Bellaterra, and our main area that we get out the road is Napier and 9 Mile. So I came from India and actually grew up around temples around me. My opposition is that this particular site is zoned for single-family residential and not permit commercial structures. Reason we hear all the way from here because to get away from the generic traffic and all the chaos surrounding. Now, according to the master plan, you have set the ordinance at 4th hour to conserve the property values, to protect areas from incompatible uses, prevent blight and deterioration, prevent new construction or alteration of existing structures or uses that do not comply. And you have to protect the environment as well. That's what you have in the master plan. Now, this is incompatible with the National Environment Section 603I. And then based on need, see, as a community here, we have a lot of temples massed around. So all that are dedicated to this temple. So there is no immediate need for this particular community. Around 2 mile radius, we have like 10 mile radius, we have 4 or 5 temples. So it's not like we're opposing to a religious institution here. They just have to pick a different site. So imagine that we have a soccer field playing right across that where small children commute and play.
Imagine if one of them gets into fatal accident for the construction, truck coming in or busing, how would you feel that you could have stopped it and live with that conscience? So imagine that. Your duty is to protecting our community and support us. Don't be concerned about getting sued for RLUIPA because this does not fall under that category. We live in the suburbs to get away from all the commercial busy activities. We cannot turn our community into an international pilgrimage. By having this temple,
10 seconds.
they will have events every day with weddings or other events, having another 300 to 500 people, increases traffic. With a massive kitchen, there will be problems with sewers, blockage, wastage, which will damage wetlands. We're simply asking to choose a different location.
I'm sorry,
There are plenty
caller.
of locations in Township.
Caller, your time is up.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next caller is 2430. Caller with the last four digits, 2430. Please state your name and address for the record, caller.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Proceed with your comments.
Hi. My name is Justin Isaacs, a Lyon Township resident in Kirkway Estates, 22921 Bedford Court. Our family moved to Lyon Township less than 1 month ago and then found out about this temple plan. Had we known about this and the potential approval, we would have seriously reconsidered our moving plans because we have pretty significant concerns about it. And I'm sure, as a lot have spoken already, that this is shared by a lot, and the decision to rezone will hurt Lyon Township residents. We adamantly oppose the land being rezoned. The infrastructure on Napier between 8 and 10 miles is unable to handle the standard weekend traffic. A lot of callers already mentioned this, so I'll kind of save my comments on that. There's a lot of issues of safety here. The buyer describes his goal as having to build a worldwide tourist destination in the spot. But this is a residential area. No building of this size should be on a lot this size. How can you possibly tell residents that a temple of this size will have less traffic than a subdivision? It'd be like approving a Walmart in this land spot. Additionally, there's no easy access to the highway. Some critical questions that I implore you to consider. Will the temple members be parking in the subs or the driveways of the current residents? Will they be speeding and cutting through the subdivision to get to their destination and avoid traffic? Because as you guys know, that intersection is really, really difficult to navigate as it is. I'm really concerned. We have 3 young children. They play outside. Thousands of additional vehicles could potentially be driving through our subdivision. Thousands of vehicles. Will the temple be providing security and traffic control for the thousands of people they anticipate coming? Can our fire station and on-call firefighters handle an emergency in a building this size?
Your call is up, time? Or your time is up, caller?
Thank you, Justin.
Okay, well, thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Sure.
Okay, next caller with the last four digits of 9797. 9797. Please press *6 on your keypad and state your name and address for the record. Go ahead, caller. You had it unmuted there, caller. Please press *6 on your keypad. Give this a try again. 9797. If you'd like to speak, please press *6 on your keypad. Okay. Caller 9797. There we go. Please state your name and address for the record. Go ahead, caller. Caller, your line is open if you'd like to proceed. Well, I can see that they are unmuted. And now they're muted again. So, yeah. We'll move caller. 9797. There we go. All right. Your name and address for the record. Go ahead, caller. We have somebody
can you
that.
hear me?
Okay. Caller, your line is open if you'd like to proceed. Yes, caller 9797. Please turn down your YouTube. That may be leading to the confusion right now. Caller 9797, if you'd like to speak. All right. All right. So unfortunately, caller 9797 is not able to connect, so we'll come back to them. Just a reminder, there we go. Caller 9797, would you like to say something?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Yes. My first name is Chris. The last name is Murphy. We live in 57513 Windmill Point. That's in New Hudson. The city is New Hudson. And we moved here 3 years ago to the Windmill.
And we lost caller 9797.
All right, let's move on.
Yep. Yeah. We're going to move on. The next caller here, caller with the last four digits of 9348. 9348. Please press *6 on your keypad to unmute and state your name and address for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Vijay and we live on 22802 Kirkway Estates. I'm calling for the construction of this temple, the Hindu temple. Folks who have been talking a lot against the temple definitely did not watch the June 28th meeting. And a lot of hatred being spewed around, understandably. But if you had the information, definitely we would not be having this conversation. There are not 900 people attending the call every day, attending the temple every day. It's never going to be a tourist attraction. Not all the devotees will be there all the time. There's never, ever alcohol permitted inside the temple premises. And for folks who had this doubt of property values plummeting and your property values going down, your doubts, please do your homework. Hindu temples and the areas around it have only appreciated. Those are baseless comments. Traffic is definitely a concern. It can be worked. The township, I'm sure, will be looking at possibly putting a traffic light, or the speed limit would definitely be reduced. I'm sure this is workable. If you wanted, many of you have commented how you wanted to live in a rural area. If you wanted to do that forever, you should have built in a forest land or in the Upper Peninsula, not in a highly developing residential area. You want good schools for your children, you are going to live in a city, and that is going to develop. This is bound to happen. That's what's called development. For comments comparing, they don't want a Home Depot or a Lowe's in their backyard, there's a huge difference. Do not insult a temple and compare to a concrete commercial building. That the temple is an architecturally intricate, beautiful piece of art. And I really thank and respect the township planners and all the people in the committee, Mr. Kesey, Ms. Zavada, who presented and answered a lot of naysayers' unbelievable queries. Very well said. In spite of it, we really hope this goes through. And please live, respect, and let live. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last four digits, 6305. 6305. Please press, there you go, caller. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Todd Yaquinto, 51001 Park Place Court. And I want to, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Yeah, I would just chime the majority of the local residents that have called in opposition. I would specifically highlight Mike from Bellaterra's notes. I think he made some really good points, so I'd reference those. I think Mike as well, Mike C., and the point that he made as far as 16 McDonald's and 4 CVS's do not belong in our area. That is way too large as far as the lot coverage and the increase. This is a single family home, residential area with a lot of nature and beauty surrounding. Any commercial build in the area destroys the beauty and peacefulness in the area. In addition, due to the paving of Napier and the park, located at 8 Napier, the traffic has significantly increased. I know there's been a lot of discussion as far as traffic. You have park, you have soccer events, baseball events, people going there, especially flooding it on the weekends. No one's mentioned, but there's a 500 home subdivision set for just south of 9 Mile and west of Napier. this will only increase further the congestion of the area. The question I had too for Brian, the size of this religious institution, is it the same size, the 130,000 square foot, as the other 13 or 14 institutions that you reviewed? I would be curious of that. You don't have to answer it obviously now, but I'd love to hear the answer or response later. And I would just consider the source of the traffic and what many of the residents in the local area who have opposed this, all but one so far, I would
10 seconds,
really
caller.
highly recommend looking at that. As the May 21st letter from the applicant indicated, this would add 5,000 member plus users to the facility on a regular basis, weekends being the largest. I would
Time
just
is up,
ask that
caller.
the planning not move forward on this and reconsider another area for the township for development.
Thank you for your call.
Thank you, caller. Next caller is 1643. 1643. Please press *6. There you go. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record, caller.
Hi, my name is Harshvardhan Gatapanadi, and I live in Tanglewood Golf. My address is 23354 Crooked Tree Court South, South Lawrence, Michigan 48178. I am strongly in favor of this temple. US is a melting pot, as we all know, and it has welcomed people from all over the world and integrated all of us into the society. This is one of the reasons, why we are a superpower. Okay, we are having genes from all over the world, and so we have to integrate everybody into society. We all pay equally our taxes, so we expect back from the township and the state and the country equal treatment in all aspects, including prayer halls like this temple. And regarding traffic, somebody commented that the children can get killed because of the traffic. I would like to ask all of them that, do they sit at home and work? Don't they go to work from here to Dearborn or Troy or wherever? Doesn't that increase the, chance of killing somebody's kids? And another point about traffic is just across the location, there are a lot of soccer grounds, for children's playing ground. I see a lot of traffic over there. Doesn't that traffic kill their children? And this is just beside Novi. And all of the traffic will be coming from the east of this location, from Canton or Farmington and Novi. They should be more concerned than Lyon Township people. And I am in Tanglewood. I am also just 1.5 miles away from the temple. And the architects have already clearly mentioned that they are going to do a very good landscaping, planting all the deciduous trees, reducing the ornamental trees, so that should block the view of the entire building. Caller. So I strongly, supporting this temple. So thank you for everything.
Thank you for your call.
Thank you, caller. Caller 1442. 1442. Please press *6 on your keypad and state your name and address for the record. Go ahead, caller.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Jaworski. That's Jaworski. My address is 22868 Bedford Court. I'm a Lyon Township taxpayer. I live in the Kirkway Estates subdivision. That's one of the closest neighborhoods to this development. And beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I really don't want to look out my back door and see 80-foot tall towers that are completely out of shape for this neighborhood or anything around it. So let's talk about a couple other things that haven't been addressed. About 4 years ago, a house in my neighborhood burnt to the ground. You know why it burnt to the ground? Because the Lyon Township Fire Department never arrived. So how are you going to manage a large facility like this with banquet facilities in it? I don't think the township's prepared for this. And also, tired of people telling me that this won't affect my property value. It absolutely will. And I hate to tell my neighbors this, but we are all going to lose significant money, as well as the township. Don't get any tax revenue for this. I used to live in Farmington Hills, and a Muslim temple went up behind my house. They leveled a small forest that was behind my house to put up a parking lot and a temple. I sold my house a year later and I lost 30% from what I originally paid. This will absolutely lower our property value, provides no tax revenue to the township.
10 seconds, caller.
And doesn't fit here. So I'm asking the Planning Commission to do your job. As a taxpayer, I'm telling you, do your job and deny this special land use proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
Thank you, caller. Next caller is 5521. 5521. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Brad Huyck, Huyck. I'm at 51889 Curtis Court in the Kirkway Estates sub. I strongly oppose the special land use request. So we've lived in Kirkway Estates for 15 years now. And to begin, I would strongly suggest that another public hearing is held. Several people couldn't get through at the beginning and might have left and will not be heard. And as you can see, this is a hotly contested subject. So I strongly suggest we have another public hearing where the Zoom meeting has over 1,000 people. Regarding impact on traffic, was a traffic study ever done? And if not, I don't understand how the road commission can say the temple will have no impact on traffic at the corner of 9 Mile and Napier when a traffic study was not conducted. And there's no guarantee of the number of future members as the temple membership grows. It could grow to thousands of members or more. So I would like to formally ask for a traffic study to be done and to see the impact on 9 Mile and Napier. And I also believe the estimated daily numbers between Monday and Friday at 35 is grossly underestimated for a facility this big. And if it is that low, why does the applicant need such a large facility? Regarding parking, Doug, I believe you mentioned that there will never be parking on 9 Mile and Napier. How does the applicant guarantee no parking from visitors from surrounding areas, especially in our Kirkway Estates neighborhood? Also, based on need, I'd be curious how many potential temple members live in Lyon Township currently, and how many current members live in, potential members, how many live in Lyon Township, and how many current members live in Lyon Township, and does it warrant such a huge temple and banquet hall? That's all I have. Strongly opposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the call.
Thank you, caller. And continuing on here. Stand by just one moment. 21 Northend. Okay, caller 9393. 9393. Please press *6 on your keypad. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Doneski, Lyon Township resident and taxpayer at 23216 Cheyenne Court in South Lyon of 9 years. I share many concerns and opinions along with several hundred members of our community who have signed a petition on file opposing a temple in our community regarding traffic and stress on the municipal services such as water and sewer. This temple is larger than the commercial Kroger's on 10 Mile, which is 56,000 square feet. With a proposal of this temple of 130,000 square feet, this is almost 20,000 square feet larger than Oak Point. Oak Point sits on over 31 acres, and this property sits on 11 acres. I don't oppose a temple in our community. However, a building of this size needs to be in a location that can have more access than one paved road of Napier. I'm beyond concerned with the safety and cut-throughs in our neighborhoods. By approving this, it contradicts the Lyon Township Master Plan Study Area 3 of the 2015 Master Plan Amendment. Been a local real estate residential broker for over 21 years. I've been contacted by over 24 local homeowners asking how the impact of this building in our community will have on home values. No one knows exactly what will be the impact. However, this market is based on consumer confidence. And I've already been contacted with over 24 local homeowners who are taxpayers. I believe the market and the community is speaking that there's like extreme concern. Truly hope that the township will do what's best for our current tax-paying residents of this great township and respect our neighbors in Novi and Northfield. Thank you for everyone this evening for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller is 3941. 3941. Please press *6 on your keypad. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Yeah, this is Bill McCurdy from 52383 Ferndale Drive, Northville, Michigan, 48167 Kirkway Estates. Everybody on this call has clearly stated the obvious objections to what is a project that is absurd on its face. I can't believe we're having this conversation beyond the legal obligation to do so. To the individuals that keep asking about traffic and child safety, they put a light in at 8 Mile and Napier after somebody died. Kroger had somebody airlifted where there is now a Kroger. Somebody was airlifted to the University of Michigan. This is a developing community. There are no paved roads south or west of where this is. And to continue to state that this is going to be an international attraction that doesn't impact the local community is absolutely ridiculous. It's one or the other. You can't have both. We don't have police in Lyon Township. And as one of my neighbors just stated, a 4,000 square foot home burnt to the ground because we don't have a fire department capable of handling a fire in a neighborhood, let alone a Costco-sized temple. This has nothing to do with anything other than the absurd size of this building on such a small lot. This needs to be denied on its face. Last out of this meeting. It's ridiculous.
Thank you for your call.
Okay, next caller, 3387. 3387. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address for the record.
Adele Mazinski, 51240 Park Place. I can see 9 Mile and Napier from my back window. To me, this is not about religion. It is not about diversity. And we have a very diverse neighborhood here. You've heard from people on the call that are Hindus themselves. This is about the size of a building that is not in use, well, the land use. We need to oppose it strongly. I also can't believe we're having this conversation. It's about noise pollution, light pollution, and it's about the profile. I've lived here for 20 years. So the caller who said that we shouldn't have moved here if it was a developing neighborhood, there weren't these areas around us. We have acre lots in Park Place because we don't want to see big buildings behind us. I am grateful for the Lyon Township residents that are also opposing this as well. And I just want to say that I agree with all of the callers. And just to reiterate, this is not because it's a Hindu temple. I would be just as opposed if this was a Catholic church, if this was a Muslim mosque, if this was a synagogue. If it was a Protestant church, I would be opposed to having this in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
And the next caller is 9888. 9888. Please press *6 on your keypad. There you go, caller. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Karen McGowan. I'm at 23914 Mondavi Drive in the Bellaterra neighborhood. Bellaterra is the closest neighborhood to this, and I am opposing this. While it is a beautiful temple, and if it's built, I would love to tour it, but it does not belong here. There are a few concerns that I have. Doug brought up that he expects the county to put in a roundabout. I would ask him when he expects this. Back before Napier was paved and before they put in the roundabout at 10 Mile, I had a chance to speak with Oakland County Road Commission. They said they would do traffic studies at the intersection of 9 Mile and Napier. It was a concern years ago. Have they ever done a traffic study? They have not, to my knowledge. I have never seen traffic cameras. Nothing has ever been done about it. This is not a main thoroughfare. My other concern is during these holiday events or other large events that could be held there,
we are the closest neighborhood. I know people would rather walk a short distance rather than park a distance and take a bus in. I know I rather would, but we do not want people parking in our neighborhood. We will enforce the law if we need to and have them towed. This is not an appropriate place for this building.
10 seconds.
While it is beautiful, it just is not the right location for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the call.
Thank you, caller. Next caller is 2530. 2530. Please press *6 on your keypad, caller. 2530. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Bhaskar Navanidam. I live in 24110 Enclave Drive. I support this temple. Hello, can you hear me okay?
Okay, yeah,
yes.
We hear you.
Yes,
is that
sir.
it? Yep.
I support this temple because the location, it doesn't really matter. The place, how it is going to be turned to be, that is the matter for us. I feel this is a beautiful place, beautiful temple is going to be. And for a record, this place is going to be appraised very well, the entire building, whatever the homes are here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Okay, continuing on here. Caller with the last 4 digits, 6605. 6605. Please press, there you go, caller, and state your name and address for the record and proceed.
Yes, hi, my name is Cyril Patel. I'm at 4742 Norway Drive in Sterling Heights. I'm here because I'm the executive board member of the Hindu Community Relations Council. And I just wanted to weigh in on a few things. I think it's an unfair comparison to talk about the Madurai Temple, which is 800 years old and it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. We are not talking about a pilgrimage site of that nature by any means. The reason, I know that size keeps coming up a lot, the reason is that, Hinduism is a very vast and wide faith. There are like 66,000 deities, and so it's just different statues that are there, and it's because we're trying to just be diverse and inclusive in that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so large. So it's not, it's just this is the nature of the religion. We're also looking at about 247 spots, so I don't see this sort of fear of the unknown that people are going to be parking in other people's driveways. That's not at all anticipated or expected. And to give you some sort of scale, in Los Angeles, in the Malibu Hills, which is also supposed to be rural and pretty and serene, they've had a Hindu temple for almost 30 years. And you don't hear complaints out of that. Land use wise, it's a 4.5 acre property with a 26,000 square foot platform. And so, again, it's not that it cannot be incorporated into very serene, beautiful landscape. It certainly can. And I think I just wanted to share that. And thank you for taking it. Oh, and one last point I'd like to make regarding paved roads. I think a lot of times a temple could be on a paved road, and over time, cities develop and they become, mature roads. And so, I think that there's a lot of concern, but it's really fear of the unknown. And I don't anticipate this. Hindus have been doing temples for many years, and we certainly don't see these kind of issues. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for the call.
Thank you, caller. Caller 4857. 4857. Please press *6 on your keypad. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, this is Sarah Pettigrew. My address is 23931 Copperwood Drive in South Lyon. I am a Lyon Township taxpayer. Our concern is just the mere size of this building. We definitely think that it is a gorgeous building and that Hindus should be able to worship just as any religion should be. But the thing is that the size of it and the fact that it is so much pavement in an area that is nearby a forest, it's nearby a wetlands. We personally live by wetlands, and we see deer walk by in our backyard. We see little bunnies run in our backyard, and it's because it's all of the grass and all of the beautiful nature that we see in a residential area on a constant basis, that it's more nature than it is buildings and concrete, that we're able to actually enjoy that. And since it is by a nature preserve, which is Mayberry State Park, I just am very, very concerned about the nature and just all the beauty of it. And I think that's why it was probably like preserved as a residential zoning area. And so I would just ask that when you're thinking about this, really think about why it was considered as a residential area and why 45% compared to the 25% is really out of place in that specific area. And that's pretty much our main concern. And we appreciate your time, and we appreciate your presentation, and we appreciate all that you've done and all that time that you've been invested into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, 4309. Last four digits, 4309. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Ashwan Sridharan, and I live at 22997 Cypress Drive, Northville in Kirkway Estates. What we're discussing here is a Hindu temple for Lord Hanuman. For people who do not have too much context on Hinduism, I want to say that it's a very pluralistic tradition promoting respect for other religions, and it acknowledges the potential for truth in them. Hindus see the varieties of religious and philosophies as different ways to understand and relate to God. This philosophy leads to pluralism within Hinduism and outside of it. Lyon Township is a growing community. I believe there is room, plenty of room for new housing projects, companies who want to come here, parks, and religious places, be it a church or a temple. We have ITC Park, we have Mayberry Park, we have a good number of trails in the area. I'm not sure if this temple will be interfering with what nature lovers want to do. With respect to safety of our children, as long as traffic rules are followed, I'm not again sure if this is a concern. There are a number of Hindu practitioners who live in communities off of Napier and 9 Mile. Having a Hindu temple in Lyon Township will help people like me practice my religion. I wholeheartedly support building of a temple if the concerned fire department, planning departments have no concern. Thanks for giving me the time to share my thoughts.
Okay, thank you for the call.
Thank you, caller. Next caller is 5938. 5938. Please press *6 on your keypad, caller. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Margaret Long. I live at 24434 Rosemont Drive in South Lyon. We've recently moved to this area because it is a quiet neighborhood residential area. I am opposed to this temple being built at 9 Mile and Napier. The infrastructure will not, as it is right now, will not hold or accommodate a building of that size. There's no need for it. I don't understand what Lyon Town will benefit from it. Opposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you for the call.
Next caller is 5895. 5895. Please press *6 on your keypad, caller. 58. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Yes, Michael Husak, 22530 Napier Road. I just want to say thank you, council members. It's been a long evening, so I'll make this quick. I think the most important thing, amongst the traffic and everything else, the infrastructure, the fire, the police, is if you drive up on Napier Road from 8 Mile all the way to Grand River, most of the houses that you see on Napier Road, all of the properties are 1 acre or more. My property sits directly across the street from this temple and is under construction as we speak. I have 2 acres, so I will be staring at this every day. If it was a 60,000 square foot home of a personal residence, I would be against it. I have nothing against the religion and the palace itself or the Hindu temple that they're putting in there. I simply just ask, look up and down Napier, look at the size of those properties, keep the visual that you have intact. It's so important to all of the community members. Thank you so much for everything.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, 0038. 0038. Please press *6 on your keypad. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Katie Gatto, and I'm located at 51811 Churchill Court in Parkway Estates. We moved here about 3 years ago, and the main reason was because we loved that it was tucked away off the main roads, away from the highways, in a nice, quiet neighborhood. We have 2 young children, of which they go to a daycare located on 8 Mile between Napier and Beck. And I have to say, I go to and from work every day. There's traffic down 8 Mile past Beck, but also people are speeding and going 50 or 60 miles an hour down 8 Mile. And it really terrifies me because my children are in a daycare that's right off the road. And also, I have to deal with traffic to and from work down 8 Mile. The roads in this area are not paved. There are times where I almost got sideswept going on the corner of 9 and Napier, trying to make a left or a right. And the roads are unpaved, so it's hard to get anywhere. So I really feel strongly against the building of this unless you can support the infrastructure, fix the roads, pave the roads, make sure there's enough safety in the area. I really, truly feel like it is not safe. People are riding their bikes with their families, including children, down the main road on Napier, trying to get to the park. And it is a close call many times, and we have to play chicken by moving over into across the other lanes into oncoming traffic. And there are many times people are almost hit. So unless you live in this community and truly understand the day-to-day, I highly would hope you consider our objection and, just think about what we have to say. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller.
Okay, thank you for your call. Hold on. Ken, how many callers do we have?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Still counting here. $27.
27. Okay. For the remaining 27, just so we get everybody a chance to speak, traffic is a reoccurring theme here. So try to come up with some other questions or comments. You might touch on the traffic, but I just want to make sure everyone that wants to speak can speak. So let's keep going. Ken?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Confletti. Okay, we'll call on the next caller. Caller with the last 4 digits, 5973. Please press *6 on your keypad to unmute. And state your name and address for the record, caller.
Yep, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, my name is Andy Stewart. I'm at 23102 Cypress Drive in Kirkway Estates. I'm a taxpayer in Lyons Township with 3 small kids. So my family and I moved to this area to get away from the traffic and congestion of Northville. We checked the residential zoning prior to closing, and for the Planning Commission to change it now feels like a betrayal of trust from the township. People enjoy this area for the openness and its connection to nature. In addition, my family and I regularly enjoy riding bikes on 9 Mile east of Napier, as well as ITC Park for its great family features. Already, Napier is extremely hazardous with its lack of sidewalks. not to mention with traffic turning onto 9 Mile East and 9 Mile West simultaneously. Unfortunately, we are one head-on collision away from tragedy. There are better areas close to the freeway and away from residential areas to locate this temple. I oppose this reclassification of zoning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Good to go. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last four digits, 3082. 3082. Please press *6 on your keypad. Go ahead, caller.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Hi, this is Jill. Yep, thank you. This is Jill in San Orlando. We are in the Bella Terrace sub at 50651 Glades Court East. And I'm just going to be respectful of time and the rules you laid out before. I just wanted to say that we oppose the use of this land for this temple, not because of the temple, but just the for all the reasons that people have said prior. I do think it should be for residential use, and I just echo the other comments that people said for opposing it. So thank you for the time.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, 5545. 5545. Please press *6 on your keypad. Go ahead, caller.
Hi, good night. This is Georgina Teram from Kirkway Estates, 22804. I'm a tax Lyon Township payer, and I agree with all the comments opposing the construction of the building because it's not compatible with the master plan. We moved 5 years ago to this community just to enjoy the calm and serene community. We are so happy to move here. Now with a huge building just next to us, it's just insane for us to think about all the things, traffic, safe. The numbers doesn't match. They have too many people that will be attending the temple, and just talking about 35 cars per day doesn't make any sense. Talk about the people that attend the temple is going to grow, continue growing exponentially. So just please, we ask to the commission to stick with the master plan, with the beauty and the residential land use for this community, for all our neighbors and for the township. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the call.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last four digits, 1298. 1298. Please press *6 on your keypad. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address.
Hi, this is Shamira Foy. I am a resident of Kirkway Estates, 22500 Cypress Drive. And my husband and I, Mike, and our 3 children are in opposition of this temple being built at the corner of 9 Mile and Napier. As many of our residents have stated, there's a number of risks that cannot be mitigated: traffic management, road management, sewer management. And the applicant wants this to be a place to become a world attraction, which is going to present a number of risks for all the residents in the area. And it's also going to present strain and stress on the law enforcement and the fire department. As many people have noted, a house has burned down in our neighborhood because Lyon Township couldn't support it. And I don't see how our current law enforcement will be able to regulate parking violations, speeding violations, and a number of issues that could present itself as a result of this. So just wanted to share that we are in complete opposition of this and appreciate your time for listening. And I hope that you make a good decision for the residents of this area.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, caller. Next caller is 5865. 5865. Please press *6 on your keypad. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Good evening, everyone. This is Sri Ganapati.
I live on 48100 West 9 Mile Road in Novi, just a little less than half a mile from the proposed temple. I'm also a diversity and inclusion leader at Ford Motor Company for over 20 years, live in the area, and I'm for this temple. This is a much needed place of worship for our community. And I've been following some of the conversations and hatred on social media. And I found that most of it is due to ignorance and the fear of unknown. Some of the speakers here talked about visual pollution, noise pollution, and light pollution. I would ask them to look at the facts. There was recently, we actually moved from Canton, Michigan. So we had the Canton Hindu temple built, and I was following some of the noise within the community, which happened over there, where people were concerned about noise pollution and light pollution, especially. The temple authorities took a really great approach. So I'd like you to go and check out all that information. But as a neighbor, I definitely want to see this. People were talking about their children. From my standpoint, my children need this. This is the U.S., the land of diversity and inclusion. Talking about safety, like a few folks talked about, Hinduism as an inclusive religion, very peaceful people, tolerant, and the most law-abiding citizens with the least amount of crime. So if you're thinking about traffic rules being broken in the area, that's probably never going to happen.
10 seconds.
And we're also the most educated and with the highest per capita income. Most of the people are doctors and CEOs. Traffic issues and parking issues can always be fixed. SV Temple in Novi has a parking bus.
Caller, your time is up. Caller, your time is up.
Thank you for the call.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, next caller is 5855. 5855. Please press *6 on your keypad. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Hello, this is Shubha Ganapati, and my address is 48100 9 Mile Road. I live on the dirt road of 9 Mile, and this institution proposed place comes very close, walkable distance to my location. And I am a current member of this Hanuman temple, and it's a very peaceful institution. And what they said about the regular traffic that's happening on a day-to-day basis is very accurate. There are very few people going on a daily basis. And this is not a Walmart or Lowe's like people describe it to be. There are not people going in to buy anything here. It's a very peaceful place of worship. And people go here in regular intervals. And the traffic happens only during the 2-3 days that they say, which they have plans to take care of. And this is not the only temple in the town. There are many big temples like the Bharatiya temple and the Canton Hindu temple, which has not caused any of the issues that they have described here, like deaths or, any of the issues. So please take into consideration the other places of worship we have here. They have only increased the property value, the values of the houses around there. It has attracted more people into the community and has built up the township as a whole. We as a community are very much looking forward to this project, are very excited about it. Our kids are excited about it. And we hope the township will take it into consideration and will approve this for us. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Ken, are you able to, want to keep the people that are online, but to stop any more calls from coming in? Is that possible?
I can. I keep, they have continued to flow in even during this open call.
All right, maybe we'll do it for 60 more seconds. Any more calls, then we have to, because many of the calls are becoming repetitive now. And and we might keep it specifically to the building itself, and getting what I feel off on tangents on a few of these calls. So if you're able to do that.
So you want, Mr. Conflitti, you want me to not?
Mike,
Yes.
Mike, can I interject here?
Please.
No, they can continue to call in, but I think at this point, ladies and gentlemen, the calls are getting very repetitive, and the issues that you are raising are being repeated over and over. In order for everyone to have an opportunity to say something, at this point, if you're merely going to discuss something that's already been raised, please come on and just say, you know, that you're opposed or in support of it for the reasons that have already been stated. At this point, you know, to discuss a lot of things, it would be better to raise an issue that hasn't been raised, or otherwise we're going to be here all night. Okay, we want people to have the opportunity to say something, but there isn't any point in repeating the same thing over and over.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, Carol.
Okay. Caller with the last four digits, 5652. 5652, please. There you go. And state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Saloni Rozier. I live at 50708 Glades Court in Novi. I live in the Bella Terra subdivision, which is at the northeast corner of 9 Mile and Napier. Just for a little bit of context, I was raised Hindu. I grew up going to temples. I go to the Canton Temple. I go to the Troy Temple. Someone earlier mentioned pluralism. I also attend Oak Point. I am 100% against this being constructed at this particular location. We purchased our home here 7 years ago after looking at master plans. We did our homework for the surrounding area and bought here because the area around us was planned as residential. I do understand with progress comes change, but to put a large structure of any kind smack dab in the middle of a residential area, to me, makes no sense. The main road, 9 Mile, that this would kind of be adjacent to is a dirt road to the east and the west. There are corridors along 10 Mile or Grand River that are not residential or could perhaps be mixed use that, in my opinion, would make more sense. And as beautiful as this building is, I mean, kudos to the architect, it's gorgeous. The aesthetics, to me, really do not make sense in the residential community, and the infrastructure is not there to safely support the traffic it'll bring. And one more thing, and then I'll yield my time. I don't feel that this is about discrimination or racism. It really bothers me to hear that. I think we need to be very careful throwing that word around in today's day and age, and I would be against any large or commercial structure being built at our corner. I really feel that that area should retain the look and feel of our community, which is residential and natural. Thank you for allowing me to share my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Okay, next caller is 2370. 2370. Please press *6 on your keypad. Caller with the last four digits of 2370. Please press *6 on your keypad. There you go, caller. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is David Henry Limbright. I'm at 30061 Cherry Lane. I just wanted to bring up the fact that, we've been inviting people out these ways. I grew up in Howell. I'm a resident of Lyon Township, and we've been inviting people out these ways from the city for a very long time. And having a traditional church or anything of the sort would be a good addition to this community. I'm prior Marine Corps. I've dealt with this religion before. They're very peaceful people. They're seeking a special land use permit. They're only using 46% of the land. It's my understanding that they're going to leave part of the land as natural. As per the traffic complaints and concerns, I used to ride my bike down Oak Grove Road with people going 50 miles an hour. That is a traffic concern that, you teach your kids what to do. We should grant these people to be able to use this land for their purposes. And we need to be welcoming and encouraging of this sort of thing in our community. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you,
you for
caller.
the call.
Okay, next caller here, caller, last four digits. Oh, someone has unmuted. Okay. Again, we would like to remind the callers, please do not unmute until we call your number. Okay, caller 7980. 7980. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Fadi Tarazi. I live on 22215 Waterland Drive in the Park Place subdivision. And I just want to thank the Leon Township for this meeting and information and the opportunity to speak. And I kindly ask of the committee to respect the lifestyle needs of those who live closest to the land being discussed. And I also agree with previous comments. Say this proposal does not fit and is out of proportion to the surrounding area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, caller. And next caller is 3002. 3002. Please press *6 on
Hello.
the go ahead, caller.
Hello, this is Michael Platts at 22964 Cheyenne Drive. My only comment is that we're asking for an exception to the land use of almost 80% excess. This is not a variance. This is a rewriting of the ordinance, and I'm concerned we're setting a dangerous precedent. I also agree with all the other concerns of the neighbors and in opposition to this program. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, caller. Okay. Caller 1131. 1131. Please press *6. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Sona Sandhu, 22834 Bedford Court. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. I am calling to oppose this temple in our community. I am from India. I belong to Hindu religion. I partially practice Hindu religion. I have visited many temples in my life. I personally believe that this is not a right building for our community. I'm concerned, like my other neighbors. I'm concerned about traffic. I'm concerned about that this is out of place, out of proportion building. I understand from some of the comments, I have not done research myself, but they are saying that this is 29th biggest temple in the world, which means it will be bringing huge amount of pilgrims to this area. And I am opposing this temple. It should not be built in this beautiful location. This temple has a beautiful building, architectural building. I think they should build in South Lyon, but in a different property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Caller 5411. 5411. Go ahead, caller. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address. Caller 5411. You are unmuted. Please state your name and address. Okay, we'll give it one more try here. Caller 5411. You've successfully unmuted. If you'd like to go ahead and state your name and address and proceed with your comments. Go ahead, caller.
Sure. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Mary Ann Gillum. I live at 22935 Bentley Drive in Kirkway Estates, Lyon Township taxpayer. I have something that no one spoke of yet. Commercial kitchens cooking all weekend long with exhaust fans. Where is that smell going to go? When the wind is blowing towards Kirkway Estates, are we going to be smelling cooked restaurant food all weekend long when our windows are open in the summer? Also, the term tourist attraction was not something that we made up. That was something that was in the documentation presented by the temple. And as with everyone else before we built here, we did research the area and it was all residential. I'd like to say that since we moved here in 2013, our house value has doubled since we've moved here. Last comment, I don't think that the township should consider comments from people not from this area.
And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller 5091, 5091. Please press *6 and state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hi. My name is Michael Foy. I'm a resident of 22500 Cypress Drive, Northville, Michigan. I'm a Lyon Township taxpayer. I totally oppose this, and I don't want to add to all the comments of those who are in opposition because I agree with most of those comments. But I think it's very important to note that there's a pie chart out there, and those who are for, many have not stated their addresses, and I would kindly ask that the data has integrity in it and information of people who are not residents be scrubbed. On the phone call, there were also diversity and inclusion officers, and while that has merit, when it comes to putting your skin in the game, people who have paid their taxes in this area should have the weighting. We moved in here in 2012, and we moved here because we wanted a quiet and peaceable neighborhood, and most of the residents echo the same. So please respect that and scrub that list. I'd like to see the list to be accurate. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 6596, 6596. Please press *6 on your keypad. Caller with the last 4 digits, 6596. Please press *6. There you go. Caller, go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Priya. I'm calling from the Southland Tanglewood community, and I just live around 1 mile away from the temple, which is going to be built. And people are always opposing on this, but I would like to put a point supporting it, saying that everyone needs to understand what a change is a part of life, and if you have a artistic, beautiful temple around, it would just add up to the beauty of the area. And if you see, Northville and Novi is already developed. It's almost developed, and which has already grown, and Southline will be the next, today or tomorrow. So traffic laws are meant to have safe, laws are made to have safe traffic. So it is upon the, on the community how to follow it. And regarding the children are supposed to be skateboarding in their subdivision, or else they can skateboard near their homes, but not on the main road. This temple, if somebody needs a calm place, there are parks around, go out for a walk, or you can walk around the walkways. You don't need to go on a traffic walking and running around. So there are traffic rules as well for that if you want to cross the road. Hindus live among everyone in schools, at work, shoulder to shoulder. Then we should be given right to even have a temple around so that we can go to a nearby place. We do not have to go to a different, probably an area to go to a temple. If we have something here, that will be also a nice thing because we will have yoga classes. We may have meditation classes, which will not only help the Indian community, it can even help any of the other religion around who can even come there, who will be invited into the temple for getting their prayers done, or if they want to go and attend this meditation or yoga classes. So now another thing about banquet halls. Banquet halls will be in the basement, and people are only cooking
10
the
seconds.
food to people around there. It's to the people for 10, 15 families who come there, or probably to the maximum 50. Nobody will be able to smell the food in their homes. And another thing is this.
Your time is up, caller.
Thank you for your call.
Thank you so much, and you have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, caller 7219. 7219. Go ahead, caller.
Hi,
Please
this
state
is
your name
David.
and Yep, go ahead.
This is David Prince at 22699 Indianwood Drive in Lyon Township. Thanks for the elevations, renderings, and the drive-by simulations. I'm most concerned about the vertical visual impact of it. So to equate these to spires would be inaccurate. These have much more of a substantial visual impact and should be classified as towers, as they typically are. I would welcome a Hindu temple, just not on this small of a lot with 82-foot-high massive towers so close to residences and the street. It's too big for a flat residential area at 9 Mile and Napier. So you should look at the architectural massing from the residences just behind
and provide those and all the renderings in the winter when the trees are bare. You showed it with the trees full, but show it with the trees bare. The Malibu temple was brought up as a reference, but it is not nearly a dense residential area and is not flat. So there's very little visual impact to any homes in Malibu. But this area in 9 Mile Napier has residences right next to it. It's zoned for low height residences and should be kept that way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 3672. 3672. Please press *6 on your keypad. 3672. We'll give it one more try here. Caller there you go. Caller, please state your name and address for the record.
Hey, this is Sam Vijay. I'm just calling back to just rebuttal some of the comments that are being placed about religious discrimination.
Caller, we're gonna have to stop you at this point.
Thank you for the call. All right, let's go to the next caller.
Caller 1263. 1263, please press *6 on your keypad. Go ahead, caller.
Well, that's something to go after. My name is Brendan Elligan. I'm at 24612 Morgan Drive in the Rathmore Park District. I'm a resident taxpayer, which is kind of ironic. So I'm not going to go and talk about my issues. What I'm going to do is give you committee members food for thought for those who have previously presented. I'd like to encourage Brian Kesey to elaborate on his definition of what is a main thoroughfare. Given dirt roads to the immediate west, south, and east, essentially that leaves the only artery into this proposed land southbound on Napier. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mike Conflitti, I support and back your concern regarding that this is 80% over the 25% ordinance. Now, I want to just bring up this exchange that occurred between Mr. Chairman and the architect. Let's revisit it, and if I'm missing words, I apologize. Do you have flexibility on the size? No, we have no flexibility. I actually talked them down. If you're going to push something like this upon us, let's start by working with your community. My final point is we're comparing this to temples in Pittsburgh and Los Angeles. I won't get into Los Angeles, but if you're wondering what the size differential is and a temple that sits in the community in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, well, it's 30 times that. Whatever you decide, committee members, I implore you to take into consideration all the following. You're going to rezone this. I ask that you consider the infrastructure, the roads, your sidewalks, and your police and fire resources. Thank you for sitting through this. Much appreciated, Brendan Elligan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last 4 digits, 3585. 3585. Please press *6 on your keypad. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address.
David Moore. I'm going to yield my time to the gentleman that just concluded. He basically said exactly what I said. Beautiful church, Doug.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
Caller 4704. 4704. Please press *6 on your keypad. Caller 4704. Please press *6 on your keypad to unmute. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Muthu. I live in Kirkway Estates, and we've been a resident here for the past 7-8 years. And to begin with, this is not a commercial property. The way people are trying to talk this down as a visual pollution, light pollution, and commercial property, comparing this to Home Depot, Lowe's, that is disrespectful. And also the fact that trying to talk about this is going to be a restaurant and that's also definitely disrespectful. And even the closest comparison some people made this temple closer to Pittsburgh Temple, I like to point out that Pittsburgh Temple was built, one of the oldest temples in America. And it's easily 30, 40, 50 years old. And it grew to this kind of stature after several decades. And we have several temples like that in the Detroit area, Troy being one, Bharatiya Temple, SV Temple in Novi still attracts more devotees. And I don't want to repeat this. Hindus go to various temples. There are various occasions, and the crowd usually, the devotees usually split their time across temples. We being one, we go to Flint, we go to Troy, we go to Canton, and we don't. There are various reasons we go to various temples. So this is really overblown kind of analogy that this is going to have a lot of traffic here. Yes,
10 seconds.
We support. Yeah, we support safety, improving safety of the intersection, but we really look forward for such a project to come in our property. A lot of people, devotees,
Your time is
are
ended,
looking
caller.
forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you
for your call.
Caller last four, 6364. 6364. Please press star. Go ahead, caller, state your name and address for the record. Go ahead, caller. Caller, you're unmuted if you'd like to speak.
Oh my goodness, so sorry. I was muted. Hi, Natalie Reed, 22310 Waterland Drive in Park Place Estates, tucked in the cul-de-sac that is in the southeast corner of 9 Mile and Napier. One thing I want to point out about the traffic, which I think has been grossly underestimated, one note that has not been brought up is going to the website of the current temple in Farmington Hills. I just snapshotted one day. It said their daily events include 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11:30 a.m., 6:30 p.m., 7 p.m., and 7:30 p.m. It makes me really suspect of all their other estimates as far as the number of traffic. Based on their 35 cars per day, that would mean between employees and worshipers, 6 cars at each of those events. I find that very hard to believe. Also, light pollution. I can see South Lyon East and the football field on Friday night. I always wish them well and give them a toast and hope they win. And I can't wait till the lights go off by 10 or 11 at night so I can enjoy the stars when I'm in my backyard sitting by the bonfire. I'm wondering if the light fixtures that are proposed have any kind of rating about how much light that they emit. And my heart goes out to anyone that backs to that property. If it were to be built, it will dramatically impact their real estate value. I am a real estate broker for 20 years, and backing to a property like that will negatively impact their value at a minimum 5 to 10%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ken, how many more callers have we got?
Stand by one moment.
I've been waiting for quite some time. I pressed star 9 at the beginning.
Somebody is unmuting themselves. We are trying to keep order here, so we don't want any unmuting. Let me see where that came from.
Mr. Chair, it's 13 left.
13 left. Okay, we're going to stop it at that 13. When we have public hearings in person, not everybody gets to speak all the time, but we'll let these that are online go, then we're going to end the public hearing. All right, Ken, got it?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to track how they come into the queue here. I don't have a way of locking it down. It looks like what I'll do is I'll identify the last caller in the list, and hopefully it doesn't change from there. So the last caller in the list is 1433.
Ken, the callers seem to show up at the bottom of that list, so that should be fine.
That's what I was thinking. I just don't want to make that assumption and it's wrong. I want to make sure I get it right here. Okay. Resuming the comments. Let's go back to the top here. Caller 5983. 5983.
Yes, good evening. My name is Vineet Kapila. I live in 51150 Park Place Drive here in Northville, across the street. Just by context, Indian Hindu. I grew up in the U.S. I lived in Canton for about 3 years, right behind the Hindu temple over there, from 98 to 2001. So by context, I have a long time over the years that I've seen how the temple has outgrown, the size of it. Subsequently lived in South Lyon from 2001 to 2013, and then moved from there to this side of South Lyon, more so because of the residential aspect of it and the quaint neighborhood. So my vote is absolutely against this thing. It's all about location, 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 as we say. I'm not opposed to a temple. When we lived in Canton, we visited that temple and the Hindu temple. When we lived in South Lyon, we visited a temple in Troy, in Canton, as well as other temples. So people can make their commute to get to the right temples over here. There's now one in the last few years on Taft and Novi Road, and that was built perfectly right across from Grand River. We have access points to the freeways, so there's no impeding of traffic. So at the end of the day, I support the fact that a lot of these people brought up, neighbors have brought up about the fact that there's infrastructure issues. There's support from Lyon Township in terms of policing as well as fire department. So overall, it's a nice building, nice architecture, but the point that we're trying to drive here is there has to be a better location than this location that was being picked. So with that, I'll yield my time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, caller. And now we're at caller 8233. 8233. Please go ahead, caller. State your name and address.
Hi, my name is Dawn Frederick. I live at 50820 Glades Court East in Novi. I live in Bella Terra subdivision. The only way out of my subdivision is through the 9 Mile and Napier intersection. So this greatly affects me and all of the residents that live in our subdivision. Tonight, I actually have comments that have to do with the number 700. On Friday, petitions with 700 signatures were handed into the township offices. Unfortunately, many residents in the area did not learn of this proposal until the end of June. Not sure why it was kept so secret. So we basically had 10 days to collect signatures. Add to this short timeline, we also had to do this over the 4th of July holiday when many people were out of town. Nonetheless, 700 people signed a petition asking the committee to deny the request of special land use for the proposed temple. Those 700 signatures are not just names on a piece of paper. They are real people with real concerns about this project, as you've heard tonight. Concerns about traffic, the effect on the natural environment, property values, size of structure versus the amount of land it would sit on, noise and light pollution, and on and on and on. 700 people with very valid concerns. Those 700 people are also your neighbors, your friends, and your community members. They live in your neighborhoods, they shop in the same stores as you, they have children that attend the schools with your children, and some of those 700 people have stood at baseball fields, soccer fields, and ice rinks right next to you. Those 700 people depend on you as a planning committee to do what is best for the community in which they live, the community in which you live. So I am going to ask you, are you going to ignore 700 signatures? Remember, it would have been more if we would have had more
10
time.
seconds.
Or are you going to do your due diligence and listen to those 700 people who are urging you to deny this special land use request? As community members, you have an obligation to listen to this community and make a decision that will have the best outcome for its residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller here, 5167. 5167. Please press. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address.
Hey, good evening. This is Satya Kondasani calling from 52038 Copperwood Drive North, South Lyon, Michigan 48178. I'm not going to talk about traffic. It's a big issue for me because we ride bicycles from Mayberry to IDC Park with my boys. But let's leave that aside. The whole thing, I'm opposing the temple at the beginning. Okay, whatever information that you guys got is grossly underplayed, very less information provided. I volunteered at Sweet Temple. I have been doing it for the last 4 years. I work in the kitchen, I sweep the floors, I do the pressure washing over there, I mop the floors. So this temple is 7 times bigger than every temple. There are more festivals than what was stated at the beginning. I at least remember 12 festivals that I've been to the SV Temple, and every time there's a festival, the streets are clogged really bad. And most of the people park at the high school. We don't have a high school on Napier Road. And where do we all park? Where is the bus shuttle going to come? This information has not been revealed. I am opposing this, and you're looking at a big scale kitchen with all the refrigerators, with all the burners that regular restaurants have, and operated by unprofessional people, because the kitchens in these temples are operated by volunteers like me. I'm not an educated cook. I'm not an educated cleaner, but I do it because I volunteer at the temple. I want to be part of the community, serve the community. So I see that these people haven't provided you any of this information. They agreed. They told that they have a kitchen. That's good. Very good. And the Indian marriages are 500 people. All these people who come to the temple, they say like you have to order food over here, and it's not okay. It doesn't happen on the weekends. It happens on the weekdays, so you'll have a kitchen running all the 7 days. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm opposing this temple.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next caller, 5452. 5452. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and address.
Hi, Phil Ray, 51731 9 Mile Road, probably the closest one to the building today. Points I want to make is earlier Brian said he looked at 14 churches in the area. Of those, and I don't know his list, I'm betting most of them are much smaller. They're older. They were built before the area was developed, so they were probably on smaller parcels, landlocked, etc. I think in this case, a better comparison would be the local mega churches. And I think it was Kurt that brought up Oak Point as a comparison. If you start looking at the mega churches, the amount of property they were on, the size of buildings, the parking lots, the seating capacity, you'll find out that this one here, the ratios are far exceed those other ones. I think you said Oak Point was on 27 acres. I thought it was 30. Close enough. This is on 11. It's a way larger building on a way smaller property. Next point I'd like to make is Section 603G talks about special use and the need for the proposed to exist in the community. So the question becomes, what is the community? All I've heard talk about is visitors from all over, travel destination, 5,000 people on the weekend. Where does community draw the line? Does it go all the way across the state? Does it go to Sterling Heights like the guy called in? Where does it stop? So I would like, if you guys could post a definition of the community. I searched for it in the document. It was kind of vague. And then the last thing I'd like to say is I'd like to thank all our friends from Novi College. And I hope the board, the commissioners, show them the same concern and respect as they do the people in Lyon Township, because many of them are much closer. Excuse me. Many of them are much closer than a lot of the people have been calling in. Thank you. I know it's been a long night. You guys all look tired. Appreciate you staying up.
Okay, thanks, Phil.
Thank you. Next caller is 0374. 0374. Go ahead, caller.
Good evening. Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address.
Perfect. Yep, I'm Scott Papick. I live at 52177 Pierce Drive in Kirkway Estates, Lyon Township taxpayer, and I won't take much time. I know it's getting late, but strongly oppose the temple in this location. Again, I think there could be better spots for it used in the township, but this corner is not the right location for it. And I'd like some clarification from the applicant as well too. I know shuttling has been brought up many a times. When we look around the area, where would you put them? And I know the previous caller stated as well too. I think we would need in writing from whether it's a high school or a park that they can use this facilities for parking and shuttling from. We look around this area, there are no places, right? So the parking in the neighborhoods is a huge concern of where it will be. With that, I will yield my time, and I do think that it is quite appalling that you guys want to limit the public comment on such a massive issue. The fact that you're limiting callers and time that people can speak as we get into the process. I know it's a late night, but this is a huge thing that takes up quite a bit of attention from us in the local community. So I really think you guys should give people the full chance to speak if wanted. And with that, I'll rest my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Thank you, caller. Next caller is 8271. 8271. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Monica Bellick. I reside at 23832 Prescott Lane East, South Lyon, Michigan. I'm a Lyon Township resident and taxpayer as well. My opposition, respectfully, is strictly due to the economic position of the community. This would be considered a 501c3, which is a tax-exempt organization, and would not give any benefit to our township. When we need to expand fire, any type of safety, police, anything like that, this will not, again, give us any funds to do so. So it will be utilizing resources we don't have and not bringing in economic funds to create new resources. We also have, potentials for road repairs and other expenses that, again, where's the budget for this? If that is used for residential use, they will be other taxpayers. Do the math. You have X amount of lots times, whatever we're all paying in taxes. I think we all know, I alone pay a very good amount. And if you take that times however many houses, that's how much revenue you're losing per year. And I don't think that it's right to take from our community like that when we are already stretched so thin. And that's why I am not in opposition to any religious gatherings, but I don't want to take away from a community that already lacks resources. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next caller is 6757. 6757. Go ahead and press *6. Go ahead, caller. State your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Vade, and I live on Kirkway Estates. So, first of all, there's been a lot of outrage and a lot of hatred directed towards this temple, and it's happened in such a short period of time. It's pretty hard to stomach. But what's going on right now is that traffic has been cited as one of the main concerns, and it should definitely be taken care of. But that can be taken care of by the community, which has had this on its bucket list to do for a long time. And the specific temple will not necessarily exacerbate any of these concerns. As other people have said, Hindus, they come in at different times. And just because this is a large temple, that does not increase the traffic. Hindus do not visit a temple just because of its size. Furthermore, comparing it to other temples across the world, like in Madurai and all that, is flawed because those are historical temples and UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So therefore, comparing that to just a normal temple in Michigan is flawed, and there will never be that many visitors coming in. And as for the people who said that if there's not that many visitors coming in, why is the large size? Well, that's purely due to the ordinances that we have to comply by for the city, and also the religious laws that we have to comply by and accommodate all the different statutes. And that's none of anyone's business, and it should proceed as it was. And as for it being out of proportion, it will only enhance the beauty of the surrounding community. And if anything, the dense foliage will partially cover some of the temple. And it is a great ornate structure. And home values will definitely do not decrease. According to many studies, they will only increase due to single-family residential homes. So please build a temple. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Okay, thank you for the call.
Next caller is 1420. 1420. Please go ahead, caller. State your name and address.
Hi, this is Craig Vargo, 23459 Prescott Lane East, South Lyon. I just wanted to share, this has nothing to do with hatred or diversity and inclusion. And we absolutely need to be careful with throwing around these accusations. They're just, it's getting ridiculous. This has everything to do with the obnoxious and the inappropriate size and non-negotiable size, I should add, as well as this tourist attraction goal. We moved to this rural community because of its rural setting and the master plans, not because we wanted to be put on the map. This temple needs to either be scaled down to fit appropriately on this land without special exceptions, or moved to an appropriately zoned land. We are strongly against this project and the precedent it will set as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the call.
Thank you, caller. Okay, Mr. Conflitti, this was the last caller in the queue.
All right.
This is
I've
caller.
been waiting for 4 hours.
I agree. I disagree.
I have also been waiting for 4.5 hours.
Well,
I've been waiting for 5 hours as
We
well.
we have to mute people that are unmuting themselves right now. I have to advise you, if
People
you
can
unmute,
speak, or that's illegal for people not to speak.
if you unmute yourself, I will have to move you to the waiting room, unfortunately, so we can have some order here.
The rules of the public meeting.
There's a bunch of people that keep unmuting themselves. I'm going to give one more warning. If someone unmutes themselves at this point, they will be moved to the waiting room, and you'll have to watch the video on YouTube. I apologize.
Again, this is Kurt. Carol, our attorney, was trying to speak.
Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, again, I just wanted to point out, we set forth the rules for this hearing at the beginning, and you were notified that when the comments became repetitive, that we would start shutting them down. Right now, the comments are repetitive. There is nothing new being raised. So unless somebody out there has something that has not been mentioned by anyone, I think that this public hearing is ready to be concluded. And you're unmuting yourself again when you're not supposed to be. Mike is the chair of the meeting. You have the right to call it. I mean, the public hearing does not require that every single person be allowed to speak, particularly when comments are repetitive.
I have not interrupted your meeting.
Okay.
If you unmute yourself, they will kick you.
This is like whack-a-mole here.
Mike, you're muted.
Ken, we're going to call the public hearing. We've had over 2 hours, and everything is pretty repetitive now. So I think everyone's got a feel for where the community is, good and bad, and we're going to bring it back to the commissioners. Thank you, everybody, for your comments, and most of them are very courteous calls. I'm surprised how many Michaels there are in Lyon Township. But anyway, let's bring it back to the Planning Commission, please. Ken?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a forced lock on.
I know.
Right
There's one more comment I need to make, and that is based on all the statements that were made, the applicant does have a right to address any of those statements before the Planning Commission.
You bet.
Okay.
You bet. Absolutely. Absolutely. Leslie, are you still with us? Or did we lose Leslie?
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, could you just spend a minute and you may have touched on this already, but traffic, roads, lights, roundabouts, whose responsibility that is as far as county, state, township, just to refresh everyone's memory.
In the township, the roads are under the jurisdiction of the Road Commission for Oakland County. And they have provided a conceptual review, which is in your packet.
Okay. So they're responsible for
The maintenance
lights, roundabouts?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, very good.
Mr. Confletti,
Yes, sir.
it's my understanding that we can ask for a third party to do a study
For
the road, for the traffic. I mean,
Is
we've
it-
heard a lot of people, and I've experienced it, the near misses on that intersection. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but
Is that, I'm not familiar with that. Is that something that the township initiates or? is that-
Brian, can you speak to that?
And I'm trying to get the exact section of the ordinance, but where we require transportation impact studies. Excuse me. Says the planning commission may require a traffic impact study for a proposed development, even though it does not meet the criteria listed above, which this is not a use that meets the criteria above, where there's evidence that the traffic would be generated by the development would cause or aggravate unsafe traffic conditions. In making this determination, the Planning Commission may consider the design of proposed roads, driveways, and parking lots, as well as conditions that exist on or around the site that may contribute to traffic safety concerns.
Okay. Kurt, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. I would like to ask for that. I don't know if we do that when a recommendation is made, at what point before we. Brian, is that something, is this the right time to talk about it? Chairman?
Let's let the applicants respond to anything from the public before we get ahead of.
Thank you.
And if the applicant would just like to wave their hand, I will unmute them.
Okay. Doug, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any comments?
Yeah, well, many, but with respect to traffic, we did do some research. We didn't have time to get a letter, but we do have a traffic consultant that we've talked to. And short of a full-fledged study, we'd be happy to provide a letter which basically gives the professional report as to what trip generation will be. I think Brian pretty much already said the same thing, that essentially the trip generations from a 34 lot subdivision will be essentially the same as what we have proposed. You know, a lot of the comments, such as that this is a tourist attraction, attract about 5,000 visitors, it's superimposing something on this that is just completely unrealistic. The letter we wrote that gave the traffic expected is absolutely accurate based on other temples, based on their existing facilities, and it corresponds exactly with the Institute of Traffic Engineers trip generation numbers for a church and for a subdivision. So the data is clear. We'd be happy to provide that with signature of somebody with the credentials that can certify that. I don't know that we need a complete traffic study, but if that is if you ask us to do that, we'll do that as well. Because I'm confident it will be.
Mike, we can barely hear Doug. He's breaking up.
Yeah, Doug, you're gonna need to lean forward a little bit there.
Okay, my Bluetooth died, which works way better. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, sorry about that. You know, I live in this neighborhood. I heard from a lot of my neighbors tonight. So it's a real special experience for me. It's hard to explain. But I go back to why they bought this property. And that's because it was zoned to allow this building. Yes, the lot coverage is an issue, and will certainly, I didn't mean to say we were totally inflexible. We will address that. It needs to be considered that if you include the road right of way, the percentage is much lower. And the difference, if you take that percentage, is more like 15%. The 80% increase is doing some arithmetic that I think is a little misleading and over exaggerating. I also implore you to look at other churches. We did some very careful research. I don't want to get into it. David Murphy is ready with some graphics as to how I calculated lot coverage for 10 churches in Lyon Township and South Lyon. There are none that are only 25%. They are all over 30%, and many are at 60%. If you look at the big churches, I didn't do the one in Novi because it's in Novi, but that, yes, it's a big lot and a big church, but the coverage is more than what we're proposing. Churches are always in a residential, always, almost always. Brian mentioned one that isn't. I'm sure there's one. It's the nature of a church to be close to the neighborhood that they serve. It serves. It's basic planning. I think to expect it to be put in a commercial area is unreasonable. It's not going to happen. It's going to be in a residential area. So you can't impose on this ratios that are unseen anywhere else. Yes, that's to the benefit of the neighbors. And I understand why they lobby for that. But we're just wanting to be dealt with fairly. And man, I've never seen such a interest and outcry and sense of outpouring of emotion from people. I'm proud of my neighbors, but I'm also proud of this building. It really is, I think, going to be an asset. And I think this picture that's being painted of the negative impacts is grossly exaggerated, with all due respect. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching our presentation. And
Doug, we're losing you.
Yep, Doug, you're gonna have to lean forward again. Yep, you got to stay on that mic.
God, that was the best part of my speech.
Say it again, please.
I just wanted to say thank you for listening. I don't know how much of that you heard.
Yep. Thank you, Doug. All right. Back to the commission. Does anyone have any questions, comments?
Mike, I have a question for Leslie. Leslie, we talked a couple of years ago about that 9-mile jog. You had thought if they straighten it out by buying that old, if somebody would purchase that farmhouse, what would be the cost to straighten out an intersection to make it normal? If we move the curve behind that lot, that's not $1 million, is it?
You know, honestly, Kurt, I'm not comfortable throwing out a number for relocating an entire intersection and acquiring property. I mean, that takes some time to study, but it's not, it would be quite an expensive road improvement to realign that. And if you're talking about a roundabout, then yes, you're in the close to the $1 million range.
Okay.
So I don't know what the road commission's ultimate plans are for this intersection. They didn't comment on it in their review. So as far as estimating it, would need some time to put that together.
Is that something, because it's we would share that with Novi, right? It wouldn't be all on one township.
It really depends on how the project is financed and if it's part of the capital improvement plans of both communities. The 10 Mile and Napier improvements was a federal funded project. So 80% of the construction costs came through the federal government, in the township and the city of Novi split the match. And the engineering and construction inspection was done by the road commission. So that was really a project where numerous agencies came together to fund it. So whether or not 9 Mile would have the same, I guess, attention, I don't know, but 10 Mile certainly sees a significant amount more of traffic than not this intersection in question. So that was a much higher priority project.
Leslie, do you know how many accidents I know before the 10 Mile roundabout went in, that dump truck flipped over and there was a fatality, if I recall, about 3 or 4 years before that started. And I know they track accidents and they rate them by how dangerous the intersections are in the counties. where would we get that information to find out just, I mean, a lot of people say there's close calls, but there could be an accident every day and I just don't know it because I'm not there, right? How would we know how bad that intersection is from an accident perspective?
The sheriff's department should have those records. And the county, the road commission would also have those warrants. Oh, and Brian found them.
Awesome, Brian. Thank you, sir.
Brian, what was the time frame on those accidents?
I'm sorry, I did not pull the time frame. At least 2008.
Since 2008?
2016, 16, 18, 16, 17. So we're talking 7 incidents since 16.
7 of them since 2016.
Yeah. Now, one caveat, I don't know how SEMCOG collects their data, if they're pulling it from law enforcement or where these are specifically coming from.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Good.
I had a question for Doug.
Yeah.
And Carol, you can stop me if this is out of place. Doug, my question is, when I think Kurt was the one to ask you about the size of the temple, and you mentioned that there was little room for shrinkage, if any. And while we were listening, I was looking up some of the temples in the area, and the one in Farmington Hills looks like it's about 22,000 square feet. The one in Canton looks like it's about 36,000, including the lower level. And the one in Novi looks like it's about 33,000. And it seems like they're servicing their communities. And we heard a lot of people mention that they go to multiple temples and just change temples regularly. So I'm wondering why this one has to be as large as it is. And Ken might have to unmute you because he had to unmute me.
Who's the question to?
It was to Doug.
Oh, Doug. Okay.
Thank you.
Can't hear you.
Doug, you're unmuted.
Now, Doug.
You're unmuted, Doug. Doug, you're all set. It looks like Doug is having some challenges here. Doug, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. You can hear me? I can't hear you, Doug. You need to reassign probably to point toward that earpiece. If that's what you want to use. Otherwise, go back to the computer microphone. Nope, now you're muted again. Now you're unmuted. Make sure your audio is pointed toward the microphone that you want to use. Click on the microphone at the bottom. There's a drop down that points to the audio that you want to use. Nope, you're muted. We don't want to mute. Doug, if you can hear me, there is a drop down next to the microphone. Oh, he's muted again. Does anybody have his phone number? Maybe we can call him or.
I do.
No, we can't hear you now.
He needs to point his audio toward his earpiece microphone. I think he said he had mentioned that the Bluetooth ran out and now he's using it again. So he needs to reassign that audio.
Sorry, I'm trying to share my whole screen here and just made it worse.
Oh.
Carl, you're open?
Yeah, can't you just give that question to somebody else on his team? Let's keep the ball moving here.
Nope, Doug is muted again.
Can we give it to somebody else on this team? The question.
Can we unmute VJ and the screen over there? There you go.
Go ahead, VJ.
See, when we started the original Sri Bhakta Hanuman temple in Farmington Hills, there are a lot of Hanuman statues in every temple. Every temple got a Hanuman statue. But we want it to be different. Quite often people ask, well, they got only 3,000 members. How did you get 5,800 members? And we brought in 16-foot tall Hanuman. And that's nowhere in the surrounding 300-mile radius. And so we brought in different deities. All of them are of the 18 feet, 16 feet, and like that. And so to accommodate all of them, you need a big building. And we have got 32 deities.
Yes, 32.
And 36. 36 different sizes, anywhere from 6 feet on up. And to accommodate all of them, you got to have separate rooms, and then separate, the total height has got to be at least the inside at the highest point, the ceiling has to be 27 feet. Am I right?
23.
23 feet. And so based on that, we have to have that. And once you have that biggest statue, the gopurams or vimanams on top of the building, the towers, has to be in proportion to that. You cannot have a 16 feet tall Hanuman have a 4 feet tall Shekhar. Doug is back. He can explain. So, and also it depends on everything, how it's going to go. So we cannot just place, okay, we're going to put them right next to each other.
Okay, I think Doug is back. Doug, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you.
Oh, thank you. Thank God. My goodness.
Bronco, do you need to repeat your question?
Did you hear my question, Doug, at the time?
Yeah, it was, I think, why do we need such a large building?
Yeah, it just seems like the other ones are able to service the community. And from everything we've heard, that's one of the biggest complaints. And I think if if it was a considerably smaller building, you'd hit your 25% lot coverage.
Right.
And you'd have a lot less pushback from the community.
Well, the reason the building is the size it is, and maybe David could put up the floor plan, is the number of shrines that are in the building. The Hindu religion has many idols that are in any temple, and this temple will have more of them than the other temples I've designed, and thus each one requires a certain amount of square footage. So in order to make the building smaller, we'd have to take some of the idols, some of these shrines out of the building. I mean, we could probably shrink the building a little bit, and then it would just affect the clearances around them. But if you look closely at the floor plan, there's only about 6 feet between each of these shrines. And the reason there's 2 temples is because different shrines get grouped together. There's religious reasons for that. So none of these other temples have this program where they're giving all of these deities. If you talk to any Indian person, and I know many, that each has a favorite deity to worship. So what VJ has done here is put them all under one roof, and frankly, the site, we think it supports it because it's no more dense than any other church. There's been a lot of misinformation given in terms of the density of this site. It really is not different than 99.9% of the churches in the surrounding area. If you look at Oak Point, yes, it's a very large church. I think they have a 1,000-seat auditorium. If you look at Franklin Brightmore Church up in Novi on 13 Mile and M5, they have a 3,000-seat auditorium. These are mega churches. This in no way is that. This is the opposite of that. It's a low demand, low traffic type thing. I know that the residents seem to disbelieve us when we say that, but we would welcome giving you a more professional traffic report of some kind that will certify that. The letter I wrote that gave the number of cars was an absolutely accurate representation. Yes, there are going to be 3 events per year when we will possibly overflow the parking lot. All the rest of the time, we won't even fill the parking lot. And for those events, we will make special arrangements. There will not be parking in subdivisions. First of all, Bellaterre is fairly close by. Kirkway is a long ways away. I mean, people are not going to go park in Kirkway and then walk to this temple just to steal a free parking spot. It's just not going to happen. I think that's just an overblown thing. There's actually going to be spillover of traffic coming and going from this temple into these subdivisions. It's just not going to happen. As to somebody parking out on Napier or 9 Mile, at the Novi Sports Park, people park right on the lawn there to watch the game, the soccer games, and the police give them tickets. And then they stop for a while and then, they start doing it again. Yes, there may be some misbehavior, but certainly it won't be anything greater than any other facility. You have to police that. That becomes I know the temple will make sure they have people going out and making sure people don't do that. They would never allow that to happen. So I just think some of the concerns are, I heard a lot of really valid concerns, but I also heard a lot that were just no different than what else might be built on this site. Traffic is always a concern. You're going to lose green space. When Napier Road was paved, suddenly all the homes along there went up for sale. It's amazing how this one was torn down here. The zoning allows churches and other special uses on this property, or the temple would not have purchased it to begin with. So I guess all we're asking for, we are flexible. I will talk to VJ, and if there's a way to have some compromise here, certainly we'll offer it. But we've had this conversation, and we think we have a fair realistic proposal here. And I can submit the calculations. I don't want to extend this thing too long here. I know everybody's tired, but I have diagrams of how I measured the lot coverage into these other temples. We went on Google Earth and did a overlay of the and we used the exact same definition that Brian's using. The impervious area divided into the lot coverage divided into the impervious area. And I can read them off. I mean, 51%, 49%, 44.8%, 37.7%, 51.9%, 58.5, 34, 65, and 28. There's none below. Yeah, thank you, David. These are the other churches that we measured.
Now, where are these churches at? If I could ask, please.
If you, the ones that David is paging through, this is St. Joseph Catholic Church in South Lyon. This is First Presbyterian Church in Lyon Township, I believe. This is the Church of Christ. Lot coverage 34%. This is the First Baptist Church of South Lyon, 67% coverage. Now that one I didn't include the parsonage there, so oh no, excuse me, that one is 67% in a residential area.
Doug, can I just interrupt? I mean, I
Yeah.
appreciate the information, but if we're going to talk about data, we need to know if these churches are 50 years old before,
Right.
when, you know what I mean? That's going to be really important. All I can tell you, when I spoke to the three of the leaders at Oak Point, two of them were there from the get-go, day one.
Yeah.
And the one gentleman told me they followed the Novi. I mean, they had to follow the rules. Boom, boom, boom. There was a lawsuit for 3 years that held everything up, and they weren't. I just want to be careful if we're throwing churches around. We'd have to do some due diligence to
I totally agree.
They're apples to apples comparison.
And I think you're exactly right. I did this just to get a kind of an approximation. It's by far not a scientific or certified thing, but I can tell you I'm within a couple of percent. And you know, Oak Point they put a traffic light out in front of that place. Obviously, they had a major traffic issue there.
Yeah, and they had to pay $15,000 for the study and $160 for that light, and they needed to do it. I mean, that was on them. I'd like to get this done before the temple has to pay, you know, to add something because of an issue. Because if we can take care of it up front, everybody's better off.
I totally agree. If the traffic issues are real, then we will address them. But I think right now we're just, from both sides, we're getting opinions rather than facts, shall I say. And admittedly, mine is not scientific either, but.
Well, does anybody know Oakland County Road Commission was out there this morning about, it was around 10 a.m. They had a truck parked there with lights flashing right at the intersection. Brian, do you know why they would have been out there today?
No, I didn't get contacted by them.
I didn't see that. So we did talk to one traffic consultant, and we thought we'd have a letter for this meeting, and it just didn't happen. Our fault. But for a church, it's 0.49 units per 1,000 square feet, and for a residential subdivision, it's 0.99 per unit. And if you do the math, a church comes out to be 30 peak trips per day, and the single family subdivision comes out to be 29.7. That's my, and the traffic consultant said that's generally the answer you're going to get. So we'd be happy to do that, you know, to put it to rest, I guess. But that really doesn't address the bigger issue of lot coverage. I think that's the big item here, and we're a little surprised that the city attorney's opinion there, because our attorney disagrees. And in fact, we looked at other ordinances, and most of them have a clause that says that the formula follows the opposite of, I'm dyslexic, so excuse me, but the opposite of what is being imposed on us. In other words, what you're doing is saying it's a residential zoning, but you're using the non-residential definition for calculation. And that is what we are questioning. And it's really a result of the way the definitions are written in your ordinance. So we look at other cities and other ordinances, not that that has any bearing on Lyon Township, but it is kind of a reference point for us as to why do we see all these churches with one being at 65.8%. That's it.
Might be 50 years old, Doug.
That could be.
That's what we need to, we can't really speak to that.
It could predate the ordinance, absolutely.
Doug, one thing I was impressed with, I mean, there were some people that were pretty hard, but I expected it to be a lot where I was really pleased with a lot of the comments that people, they were okay. That is great to have a Hindu temple in Lyon Township. What I got was just the location that would be a better location, a few more acres, and no traffic issues. So I felt good about our community for the most part, not every comment for sure, but.
I did too. Frankly, I thought it was honestly expressed concerns. I really, with a few exceptions, it was totally understandable. And, but from our point of view, we feel we just want to comply with the ordinance.
Do we have any other comments from the commission?
Mr. Chair, this is Carl.
Hey, Carl.
So what part of special land use or site plan review are we looking for tonight? Sounds like if we could table the special land use, and I'm just talking from what my ears are hearing, although I'd like to get resolution to it. If we tabled the special land use in regards to the traffic and the lot coverage, for sure, then we could double dip and take care of them both. I mean, in my opinion, as one planning commissioner, is that I'm not ready to move a special land use forward when they don't meet the minimum zoning requirements. And that would be the lot coverage for me. Now, that doesn't necessarily make that right, but that's the way I deduce it. Does anybody see it the same way? Brian, what are you looking for? I mean, I can't get past it.
Carl, I think you misspoke. You think you would like to table the special land use, so you would not be deciding the site plan until you decided the special land use.
Correct.
Correct, yeah. Okay.
I feel the same way, Carl. I feel like we can't make an accurate decision without having some of that information.
No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I hate to table the special land use, but until we decide the site plan, I can't move it forward.
Well, I agree. I actually agree with Carl. There's been a lot of information. We heard from a lot of our public, our residents, and I think that it was a lot to take in, and we still have some unanswered issues. And I think that we should also table it for tonight. And then I would like to make two comments that I think I need to make. One is about our fire department and one is about our sheriff's department. And we have top-notch fire department and a top-notch sheriff's department. And I'm kind of appalled by the comments that were said tonight. We have almost 19 officers on the road on a weekly basis. And we have put together a full-time fire department. And these people I am just honored that they protect us on a daily basis. And for people to say that we don't have police services, we do. And that we don't have a great fire department, we do. And it upsets me about that. And I had to say that because I work with these people on a daily basis and their dedication is amazing to the residents of Lyon Township. So I really just had to say that.
Patty, I live in Kirkway and I talked to some of the folks when that house went up. And I think the issue is not the caliber of the people, the response time. That was the issue on that one. And we had the meeting with the fire chief. I wish the people the guy that lost his house, I wish he would have been there. And the neighbors across the street, they weren't there. And that was unfortunate. And I was out of town when it happened. But I think the timing that it took, that was the issue, not the quality of the people. But I just.
Well, I remember we, John and I and Michelle talked to Ken about the timing on that also. And I know they had to come from fire station number 1 because we didn't have the fire stations fully staffed like we do at fire station 1. But if I recall correctly, they were within the response time. That's whatever is governed.
Yeah.
And we did check it out and I feel horrible for those people. But still, they do a good job for us. And sometimes that might have been a little unfortunate, but we talked to Ken about that. Anyways, I know it's a different subject, but I just felt in my heart I had to say that.
Okay. All right.
Leslie wants to say something.
Oh, go ahead,
I
Leslie.
just wanted to make a comment that if the planning commission, I would recommend that to give the applicant feedback on what level of traffic impact study that you would be looking for. Would a letter suffice, or are you looking for a full traffic impact study? Because they're vastly different in scope. And typically on a project like this, we would have it also reviewed by a traffic consultant. So I just wanted to mention that before the close of the comments.
Can I ask one more question to Doug? Doug, are those the spires or the spears or the towers on the top, do those have any lights on them or in them?
That's a great question. They don't have any lights in them or on them, but there may be lights on the roof of the building shining up on them. Not bright, but just to show them during the temple's open hours. Obviously, they wouldn't be left on all night. But if the temple is open, you'll be able to see them at night. Yes.
Okay.
It's a very subtle illumination level. It's not like a big spotlight. But yes, all the other temples have that.
What are the hours, Doug, of open?
Well, I think VJ answered that. VJ, why don't you chime in so I don't get it wrong?
Should I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Monday through Friday, 9 to 12, 5 to 8:30. Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 8:30.
Mountain Festival.
9 a.m. to 8:30 p.m.
On Saturdays and Sundays.
Thank you.
And VJ, am I correct in saying that the lights would be turned off when the temple is closed?
Yeah.
Okay.
When the temple is closed, the lights will be turned off. Parking lot lights will be on for about half an hour, 45 minutes after the temple is closed. That gives time for the people to get into their cars and get out of the way. And so they all will be set on automatic turn-offs.
Can we go back to Leslie's question? Leslie, my opinion is it should be a full-blown, thorough, because of the concern that many people on both sides, but I'm just one commissioner.
Yes, I agree.
Leslie, who initiates that?
The applicant would hire a traffic engineer to complete the study. They would submit it to us and we would have it reviewed by a consultant.
Okay. Well, it sounds like that's something we want to do. Would that be in the motion, or is that it's just something that we ask the applicant to bring to us?
I don't
I
think
would-
you're prepared for a motion this evening.
Or no, not so much a motion, but we're going to table this, but we'd still
Right,
want
so,
to.
yeah, I
Correct.
think you can simply give direction without it
Yeah.
being in a formal motion.
Okay, all right. Okay, Doug?
Yes, I think we just heard your request loud and clear.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Okay, so you'll take care of that. I don't know what time frame is for something like that, but all right.
Well, so Leslie
but-
kind of laid out how the review would go, Mr. Chairman. I think based on that, we would not put this back on your agenda until we get the results back from whoever the traffic consultant is that gets hired to review the study.
Typically,
Okay.
we use GHD as a sub-consultant, so they would do the review on behalf of us in the township. So once it's submitted, then once we have comments, I think then it makes sense to go back on an agenda.
Okay, all right, very good. Make it so.
Question.
All right, any other comments or questions?
I guess I would just point out to the applicant too, listening to the planning commission members, in addition to the traffic study, I think they want you to take a look again at whether it's possible to reduce the overall size of the building.
Yeah, I think that's going to be important. There's a, well, Carol would know that RLUIPA, religious land use and institutionalized.
We're not
Persons
going to
Act of
discuss that tonight.
2000.
We're not going to discuss that tonight.
We're not, okay.
No.
Good.
All right, then, okay, if there's no other questions or comments.
Looks like VJ has one.
Okay, please.
Okay. Brian, raise the hand. Brian, I got a question. So we need to do a traffic study, and that will be reviewed by your consultant. And then we will be put back on the agenda. Am I right?
Correct, yes.
And then is that going to be, when you put us on the agenda, is that going to be another public hearing like today?
The public hearing was concluded today.
Oh, thank you, Carol.
Now it's just into deliberations by the planning commission.
Okay. Then after the traffic study is done, then the commission will go on a deliberation. Right, Carol?
Correct. Doug?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we're spending so much time here. There's one thing that is hanging here, and that is lot coverage. I can pretty much guarantee that there's no way we're going to get down to 25%.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. It really precludes this project from happening. So I don't know what that means here tonight, but we thought that we were going to have to wait for the ZBA to give that answer, which we didn't like that either, because it prevents the final verdict probably for 2 months. So I don't know what, Carol, I know there might be a legal answer to this, and I don't know what it is, but we just thought that we might be able to get the special use permit contingent on the 2 variances.
Well,
now we know now that we're never going to get those, so we have to work something out, but I think there's going to have to be a variance of some degree.
yeah, the planning commission cannot grant a variance from those standards. So that is ultimately going to have to go to the zoning board of appeals. There's really no way to accelerate it any further because we have set up the procedure where the planning commission hears it first, then it goes to
Right,
the zoning
okay.
board of appeals. and it makes the most sense. So, I mean, we'll process it in due course. As soon as we get the information, we'll turn it over and have our traffic consultant review it. And when we're ready, we'll place it back on. So,
Yeah, I'm just left without any reference point on lot coverage. It's somewhere between A and B. And I just feel like I don't know what my goal is. Like I say, 25% is.
well, I guess that, when we come back, certainly you can submit what other information you want to with respect to the things you were discussing tonight that the Planning Commission really hasn't had an opportunity to review.
Okay. Understood.
What does it mean? We have to put up.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
So it appears that Mr. Conflitti may have an audio issue. I saw him wrestling with some headphones. We may need to give him just a moment here. I know it's getting late and a lot of people's devices have run out of charge, and it looked like he scrambled for just a regular pair of analog earbuds. So hopefully he'll get those up and running here in just a moment.
Sorry, ran out of power.
Can you hear us, Mr. Conflitti?
Yeah, ran out of power. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, it's perfect timing. We're back at this point.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
I'd like to make a motion to defer action on AP-21-23B, special land use for the temple. Waiting for a traffic study and different lot coverage, my words. And along with, we'll take a vote on that.
Or would you need to add both of them though?
Yeah,
Well, I'll do A next unless you want me to add it.
Yeah, why don't you combine them into one motion?
And defer action on the site plan, which is AP-21-23A.
Support.
Okay, we have a motion. Who's supported? Was that Kurt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer or table.
To table.
To table both. Okay, so there'll be no comments on that. Okay, so all those in favor to table?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? All right. Okay, very good. Then Doug, you will work with Brian on this. I'm losing my voice here.
Yeah, let's catch up tomorrow, Doug.
I'll call you first thing in the morning.
Hey,
good night, all.
Let's not make it too early.
Thank you all.
We have to make a motion.
Adjourn.
Well, we didn't adjourn yet.
Well, we have a couple more items on the agenda. Do we
Well,
want to
I'm gonna
table
make a
those or
motion.
not?
No,
I'm gonna make
let's,
the motion to adjourn.
let's, yeah, what do we have? Master plan and community reports?
Yep.
I
Right,
could
yeah,
give my
let's-
report next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Brian,
I have a
Brian,
motion on the table.
I'll support it, Carl.
motion and support to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? All right, very good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Good night,
Ken. You did a
everybody.
great job tonight.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.
Good night.
Thanks, Ken.